my headphones were broken. I couldn't hear anything, right? And it's not my headphones. It's my fucking the mic jack plug was like not plugged in by 2 millimeters, maybe 1.5 millimeters. I didn't know it was a microphone or the headphones. Because I like to listen to jams late night and come in my office, turn my headphones on, nobody can hear me. So we're in the 7-layer, I call it the 7 layers of cheese and guac dip hell. Wait till you guys see this. Let me go over to the main channel here. Let's go to the trigger screen. Calling this the 7 layers of cheese and guac dip hell. Well, you can see this. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of cheese. But don't forget you got guac down here too. And guac ain't getting no love down here. We had a pretty decent dip buy down below here. You know, more buyers here. We're corkscrewing too. You can see it, right? We're compressing. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. We already tagged 5,500. This is 5,500 in SPX. So as far as dealers are concerned, that giant gamma bar has already been tagged. They don't have to hit this again, right? And they want to kill it now. They want to murder those options as we head into the end of this week, end of month. They want to murder it. Even if we're going to break through, they want to kill it. Kill those options, destroy them. So that's pretty much, you know, what's happening here, right? Now into the close yesterday, we went up into the bell. It was a great trade into the bell yesterday. And then, of course, immediately gets sold. Was it right here? Wait a minute. I'm going to have this wrong. Right here. This bar right here. So we had a nice little sweep up yesterday. And I didn't sell my call spreads yesterday. And then, of course, we sold the fuck down right as soon as the bell rings. It's like, wham, down to the depths of hell again. And we're right back up there again this morning. So, Theta Gang rejoice, right? We're trading the same price action that we were trading when we got up here on June 17th. It's now June 27th. We've got one more day left for the quarter. And if you look at the, let's see if we can go to Bookmap really quick. Here's Bookmap, and there's just it's the same action, just selling into deleveraging, de-risking into strength. They're doing it again this morning. Now, here, whoopsie. Hold on. There we go. Move that over. Now, there is something to be said here. Hold on a second here. Did I put the thumbnail up this morning? I did. It says, hey, mister, get me out of here. So kind of stuck in this this 7 layer of hell. And as we closed yesterday and all that selling came in, all I could think to myself was, fine, fuck it. Just take us down somewhere we can go anywhere, right? Like take us down to, I don't know, take us down to 540. Take us down to 537. Take us down anywhere you want. Go as low as you want. And I'll buy it. And I'm still in call spreads right now. Even at this moment, I'm still in call spreads. I didn't want. I think I made like $60 or something at one point off them, and I'm like, that's not enough. I want the whole fucking thing. I want the full $80. I think like for like maybe a minute or two, they were like just coming in the money. There was a little bit left over for expiry for the theta or whatever, and I was just so fucking greedy. I was like, I ain't selling shit. And you're right. Somebody probably did get wrecked into that close yesterday. Someone mentioned it on the chat yesterday. They were like, ooh, somebody got wrecked into that close. There's a lot of talk about us going down yesterday. I don't know. Maybe we can get down today. I'm hoping. I'll say one thing, though. End of month is in tomorrow, right? The close tomorrow is in a month. That big net gamma bar at 5,500. That gamma should be gone. that gamma, a lot of that, not that gamma, but some of that gamma at 5,450 and 5,500 should be gone. So theoretically, depending upon whose magic sauce you want to read out there, we have the ability to go up or down. As a matter of fact, this morning, Goldman Sachs came out and they said a bunch of crap this morning. I posted part of it in the Discord. I'm going to read it to you right now. They're saying we are headed into an illiquid period where a lack of volumes will exasperate moves in either direction. That's part of it. You're coming into a period where a ton of gamma is coming off the market. That's true. And you're coming into and that's going to happen tomorrow. You're also coming into a period where people are on vacation. Everyone I'm talking to, everybody's on vacation. As far as I've been told, people are just falling off and going on vacation at this point. They're just like, fuck it. And it's kind of a wonky vacation period because of when 4th of July falls this year. It's like we got end of quarter. OPEX just took place. We got no Fed shit right now. We've got corporate blackouts for Q3 coming up right now. We've got 4th of July on a Thursday. Ugh. We couldn't put it on a Friday. Couldn't change it to July 5th this year. We just need to go to that, like, is it the 30-day calendar or something? 28-day calendar? Whatever the old school calendar was where it's the same every month. Start renaming days and shit like that. Anyways, we're going to try to grind through this stuff up here. So you can drink whatever Kool-Aid you want to drink. So as soon as this gamma rolls off, you've got people positing window of weakness. You got people saying we can go higher. You know what my thoughts are, that we go higher. That's my ultimate take, is that we go higher. We're not going lower once all this gamma comes off. GS stating again, we head into an illiquid period where a lack of volumes will exasperate moves in either direction. We won't have a pin in the market anymore, and that is somewhat right. As long as these guys are all on vacation, they're all long, leaves the door open for smaller groups of traders to impact dealers, to bend dealers to their will as we come into next week. Goldman hedge fund clients sold tech and healthcare yesterday. HFs finished down minus 4.5% as net sellers driven by supply in tech and healthcare. Also, per Goldman, GS PB highlighted yesterday that this month is tracking to be the largest month of net tech selling on record, driven by supply in semis, semi-equipment, and we've seen similar from LOs this month. Feels like these monies raised over the last month could be flowing into other sectors, pockets of TMT in recent sessions. Goldman also saying we see recent headwinds to consumer spending as mostly driven by backward-looking tax payments and inflation pressures, and continue to forecast above consensus real spending growth of 2.2% in 2024 in Q4. Q4 terms. Whenever they say that shit, like money's flowing elsewhere and out of tech, I'm like, yeah, for what, 2 weeks? It's just another opportunity to buy the dip. It's very rare that you're going to see outperform. I mean, it's true. We are coming into the end of seasonality for tech. Here, let's take a look at it together. We show this on the stream sometimes. This is the equity clock. You've got July 17th. As the end of this seasonality for tech. On average, July 17th. We have a tag of at least going up into the 19th, I think, of July. In a big way, possibly even the 31st. So they're claiming right now that the tech season's over. I don't know if I believe that. I'm not going to believe it until end of July unless we begin to lose some form of support. If we lost a daily trigger and started rejecting it, I may begin to believe that. So whenever these guys are telling you shit like this, like whenever these guys are out there telling you like, oh, we've sold tech, I don't know that I believe them. I'd really need to see us break below. So I'm going to move that back a little bit. Coming in to retest yesterday's high. Here, we'll slide that one over too. We'll just get rid of it. I just wanted to show you the 7 layers of hell. We'll make this a little bit more reasonable right here. Here, we'll draw on a little box like this right here. Put it right about there. Hold on, I gotta check my my trade here. Trading 546.10. Looking for a new high. We didn't get a new high yesterday from yesterday's pre-market high. We did not get it into yesterday's close. We're slightly lower. So let's see if this is any different this morning. If we can catch a high or not. Please give me the high. Please get us out of here. I don't care up or down. I'll take up or down. I don't give a fuck where we go. I just want out of here. Just get us out of here. June 17th. Fuck. I want to fucking smoke this fucking Theta Gang bullshit. We did get a high just then. 546.25 just now. Did catch a new high from yesterday's close. Come on now, come on now, come on now. Come on now, come on now, come on now. Still not fucking paying me. All right, still long. Need more money. Oh. Please do not stick us here all day long. Please, please, please. Break us above or break us below. I'll take anything. XLF rolling down this morning. Bleeding out, trading 40.78 right now. SPX coming back up to check on 5,500. Dixie bleeding off right now. S-Dow coming back down into a zone of buy the dip. IWM just got blasted down. Got a low this morning in IWM, but not the low that I was hoping for. I was hoping for deeper. VIX 9-day being blooded right now. Oh, yeah, baby. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. $51 fucking dollars. Hold on a second here. I got to do something. I'm going to try to close out my shit here. Next bar above. Going to try to take the money right here. If you took call spreads with me yesterday, I am closing. I didn't close mine yesterday. I mean, that shit was, I think, like, we pinged it right into the fucking bell. And I was like, that's not high enough. So, like, we got to go higher for me to close them out. I'm hoping I get a close right now. Price is bouncing all over the place. Need like one more green bar. Just give me like one more, please. And then we got this one up here. And this one's higher than that, too. There's a couple spots up here of bullshit, but God. Widen that up for you so you can see it. If we can get that one more. Do we actually get up there or no? That looks like we got up there. Here's SPX Gamma down below. Sellers stepping in once again. Nevada Gaming Board reporting May gaming win of plus 2.4% year over year to 1.32 billion. I want to check out Vegas stocks. Key takeaway from the initial claims report: the elevated level of continuing jobless claims suggests that laid-off workers are facing longer wait times before finding a new job. Continuing jobless claims for the week ending June 15th increased by 18,000, 1.839 million, which represents the highest level since November 27th, 2021. So Fed's work is continuing to do what it's saying it's going to do. I read some articles yesterday stating that, what was it stating? It was stating that it was on this same point right here. On claims. They were trying to say that Jerome Powell is inferring that we're in the soft landing right now. Are you guys reading that out there? So I read that yesterday, and then I read, what else did I read? I posted something about the presidential primary yesterday. Or this morning, I posted that this morning about the presidential primary, and that's a clown show. People are only going to tune in to see if there's any train wrecks. Sponsored by Depends. I guess they're both wearing Depends, right? Sorry, I don't want to be an ageist either saying that. But sponsored by Depends. What else is it sponsored by? Adderall. Who took the correct dose of Adderall? I'm assuming everybody's going to watch it. Yeah, Metamucil. Find out which doctor overprescribed, which doctor didn't. Did they time the dosage just right? You got the Supreme Court yesterday striking down. They're like, we'll leave it up to the states to decide what kickbacks are. We don't want the Supreme Court nor the federal government to have to deal with any of that bullshit. Carry on trading the stock market. IWM trying to break out right now and trade the 201 to trade 204. Yeah, shit, you know, we're living in the idiocracy right now. I can't believe it. And then I was thinking to myself, I was like, where? What? This is like this. I was thinking this morning in the shower. I was like, if there was a year where anyone out of hundreds of millions of people, there's not a single person out there that decided, well, you know what, I could probably run as a third-party candidate and win. And I'm not talking about that Kennedy guy either. It's like, not the weirdos. If I wanted a weirdo, I'd vote for the guy, the crazy man from Massachusetts that's always running for president. Like, I don't want anybody crazy. Can't there just be like a populist out there of some kind, or anybody with a heartbeat that just ran and said, fuck it, I'm going to run as a outsider Democrat or something and not be fucking crazy. Just be normal. Not a single person out there. They'd probably just show up tomorrow and throw their hat in the ring and win. 546.76. Can we take out 547? I'm about to get a close here. Come on down. Give him money. Slap that 45, please. I'll take it as a win. This is a win for me this week. High fives all around. I am out. Close that. My wife could run. I can't run. I'm too much of an asshole. But my wife could run for local office. I've talked to her about it. But you don't have to run for president. I think I've talked to my wife about running for office. She'd make a great. She doesn't do it. She does some small time shit, but I think that's what all wives do. They soft lie to their husbands. Let us down soft. If they're nice, they let you down softly. But she'd make a great like council person. I have elected officials in my family. I've got one right now. I have a major elected official in the family. direct, like one away, a direct family member. But my wife would be great. She doesn't care about all that stuff. She's a regular person, and she has I met her in the army. She was in the army, honorably discharged, non-commissioned officer. Chose not to become she could have been a commissioned officer, and she didn't want to be. Should be. I've got two. I've got one other person, a local elected official. She's crazy though. That's why she's an elected official. They're all fucking crazy. She probably wouldn't run though. I don't think my wife would ever do it. But it'd be cool if she did. And she's got a degree in science. She's got a degree in science. Very pragmatic. We need people like that though running for office. But they won't run. They just don't run. Those people don't run for office. It's all power, money, and greed and filth. If you don't have those things, you're not going to run for office. Who the fuck would do that to themselves? Who the fuck would ever want to be president of the United States if they were any semblance of normal? Wouldn't want anything to do with it. Yeah, fucking right, Winky. Jesus Christ. I can't blame him. I can't blame him. I was just talking to Bork the other day. Bork was saying, I was talking to Bork. I was like, look, if anywhere I've looked in the country, if there was a nice place to live right now for cost of living, it's probably Austin. In terms of like what you get for services versus what it costs to buy a house or even rent. Austin has got it all. If there's any real negative about Austin, it's probably that you can't drive anywhere. It's very much like Colorado, if you've ever lived in Colorado in the wintertime. Some days you ain't going nowhere. If it snows enough and they close 70, you're fucking stuck. Or you're taking a private jet out of wherever you are, right? And Austin's like that. It's like 12 fucking hours to the border. Any border. But I was talking to Bork about it, and Bork's like, all my female friends are leaving Austin. Winky just mentioned you're a witch if you're a female, right, with a science degree. I was like, why are they all moving out of Austin? And he's like, dude, Texas doesn't allow abortion in any shape or form. I just saw a fucking article saying, like the number of complications women have with pregnancy is high as fuck. And my wife had 2 complications with her pregnancies. Both of our daughters were C-section deliveries for us. And he's like, it's not safe for women. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? He's like, yeah. No. The first thing I'm thinking is, if I was a single guy going to Austin, finding out there's no goddamn women, they're all fleeing. Yeah, we sold it. Yay. Back in the zone again, baby. 7-layer dip. How do you like that? Woo! Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? It's like Bork's got friends leaving. He's got friends that are women that are leaving fucking Austin. They're like, I can't feel safe here. I'm like, fuck me. And Austin's a great place. I mean, if you look at Austin, like if you compare it to other parts of the country and you're young, it looks on paper like best place ever to be. I'm over here trying to sell, and bears are coming in to sell this shit down. He goes like, he's out. Sell it all. Sell the market. He's flat again. Oh, God, so terrible. This is good vol, though. At least we're going up and down. I'll take it. Now let's hit the downside targets. Sell it down to like fucking 540 right now, please. Yeah, exactly right, Winky. I'll send an email, bro. Late night. I'll put a full alert out everywhere. There's a dip. We can buy it. for longer than 30 minutes. Longer than fucking 3 o'clock in the afternoon until fucking 4 p.m. Longer than 9:30 a.m. to fucking 10 a.m. Not even. We didn't even get 10 a.m. It's 9:53 right now. NVDA. We should talk about that too. Whatever smoke and mirror show they're telling you about NVDA, don't fucking believe it. They know what the fuck they're talking about. Any dip in NVDA is going to get bought and it's going to go to the moon. Just don't believe any of these. They're like, GS is out there like, oh, we're not buying tech. I'm like, you fucking liars. You're fucking buying all this shit. And then you're going to sell into these assholes again in late July. Get out of my face with that shit. NVDA is going to the fucking moon. Period. It ain't done mooning yet. If you think we're done, you're out of your fucking skull. Just buy leaps. Trust me, we ain't done going down on NVDA. Don't be believing anybody out there telling you that shit. Tesla. Finally, with the breakout yesterday. 2 days ago, I made a joke on FinTwit about it. And like that morning at 4 a.m., it fucking mooned. Still looking to trade. Today, we're finally up around that R3, up around that 214.37 area. I will say this to you if you're a Tesla bull. I'm going to give you a warning. You guys probably won't take it, but Tesla should trade wherever that monthly close is. So I want to go over. Let's go to Tesla really quick. Okay, so these are the rules. I don't make them. Tesla. Just a note here that this monthly bell or this monthly close on the 28th, we're going to get a new number for the monthly trigger. Hopefully it goes up a notch. That'd be kind of nice. 217.16 would be the expectation. If it does go up a notch, 217. Now, I will say this to you about Tesla. As we trade that 214, you got a couple bumps in the road. You've got 200, which we're coming into. Right? They're going to try to sell you on 200, which they already did. They're like, yeah, fuck you, bro. You're not going to get it. You're not going to get above 200, right? You are going to get above 200. Just say, if you don't know that, you are. And then you're going to also break out above. So you'll break out above, excuse me. You're going to come up in a 200, tell you, fuck you, no. You didn't already roll down to the depths of hell. So you're going to break out above 200. Then you're going to come up here. And this is where I want you to be really, really careful. About $2 below this, below this monthly trigger, they're going to sell you hard. And you're going to need the help of the daily trigger cross. Of the weekly cross right here. You see that weekly cross? So you're going to need the help of this daily trigger. You'll push up here. Well, you get above here, push up, sell it down, and it'll likely be on the cross of the daily and weekly. sometimes right before. So you got a few more days into the beginning of the month, like first week of May, likely, I should say, first week of July at some point. You'll get that back test of the cross of the daily and weekly trigger, and that should propel you over the monthly trigger. And I think Tesla goes up into their ER. Now, I say these things to you, and you never fucking listen to me. You'll be here a fucking day before their fucking earnings call, and you'll say, hey, Cap, what's the trade on Tesla? And I'll say, why the fuck didn't you run it up into their earnings? Now they're going to sell their earnings. So you do you. Do whatever you want to do, but I'd be trading this up into their ER. And then I would be selling into that asshole that asks me, what's the fucking trade on their ER? You come on the stream here, you go in the chat, and you tell them all to buy calls. You hand your calls off to them. But anyways, Tesla should go up into, they're one of the tickers that should be going up into their ER season this year. We took a look at a bunch of stocks on Friday and on Tuesday, I believe. Picks from the membership, and you could fairly well see if there was something to take away from looking at those stocks, if there was anything to look at, or the takeaway was, it was fairly fucking simple to see which stocks look like they're going to continue to go down into their ERs this upcoming season, and the ones that are going to get picked up into their ERs. It's fairly easy to see. It's not huge rocket science. You can kind of see what's looking weak and what's looking like it wants to start. It's being accumulated for their ER season. So even if those aren't your tickers, if you're like, hey, Cap, I'm not a member. You didn't fucking chart any of my picks. If you were to just pick out 20 stock market tickers right now, heading into this blackout period, you can fairly easily see what's going to get sold down into their ER and what is going to get bought up into their ERs. Fairly easy to see. SPY coming back now. Can we go higher? I don't know. Let's take a look and find out. 7-layer cheese dip. Let's take a peek. Uh-oh. What's going on with my stuff this morning? I got some velocity or no? Calculating away. Just keep on calculating. That's slightly bullish here on the 30-minute basis. And we're getting a little more daily bump here. Maybe we are going up. We got a little bit of a nice up bar in daily velocity and a little bit of bullishness in the hourly velocity. So bulls look like they're trying here. They're trying. They're trying to get above. Seven layer of dip hell. Successful back test of the hourly trigger. Successful back test of the half an hour trigger. We got a new high right here. Failed a new high back here. We really want to catch this new high right now. Maybe we should be getting bulled up. Price target 546.95. Can we get a fucking trend day? I'll take that shit up or down. I don't care. I'd like to see what IWM does here if they reject and come back down and then explode to the upside. Keep an eye out on IWM. Look for a back test of 200 and then a trade to 204. HYG still no break above their hourly trigger yet. They were looking pretty bared up yesterday into the bell, too. This wasn't looking good yesterday, but it's improving a little bit. Hold on here. Let me get what's going on here? The HYG still looks kind of weak. Mixed signals here. Hang on a 1 minute base with this HYG really quick. HYG giving signals of doom and destruction, whereas SPY looks like it wants to squeeze. VIX 9-day coming back down into a buy zone again. So mixed signals with VIX. XLF getting murked. GME trying to make a jump above. NVDA just parked right now. Buyers still here. We went over Tesla already. Wait, we're missing something, aren't we? What about some TNX? Or some 10-year yield? Either would do. This is kind of fascinating, too. We've got the daily trigger coming down over TNX right now, trying to murder bond yields. Initially rejected here. This might be the driver, the main driver today, yields. The yield's getting told no at 8:20 this morning. Looks like yields are driving the market at the moment. Yields are dropping in a recent trade. The 2 years down 3.9 BPS, the 10-year minus 5 BPS, while WTI is climbing to new highs and is now trading 0.9% higher. Yields getting murked right now. Pending home sales, May month over month, negative 2.1% versus 0.6% expected and negative 7.7% prior. Nearly 25% of office space will be vacant by 2026, according to Bloomberg. SPX, we didn't get the new high back here. This wasn't a new high in SPX. On SPY it was, but not on SPX. Let me know in the chat here. Do you think, let me ask you a question in the chat. Do you think that, do you think we climb the wall of war? Do you think we park 545 For tomorrow's close, for the end of month close, or do you think we do the creepy crawly up the Wally? Or do you think we blood into end of month? I think we do the creepy crawly, but I thought we'd go up there by now. But that hasn't happened. So I'd prefer something lower. If we can't go up, if we're going to get pinned, I'd rather take a lower, get something lower. That'd be my preference, at least, to make some money. But if we can't do that, no, I don't care about up. We need to break out and above. I want to break out and above 5,500. We already tagged 5,500. As far as I'm concerned, we've already been there. I want to get above it. Like right fucking now. like by today or tomorrow, by close. Blood cap big boys want that discount to scoop up before the 4-day weekend. Yeah. I would hope for that. If they would give us 540, I'd take it. 537, something like that. I would love it. I think all bulls here would love it. I think we're all hoping for it. That has no joy there either. The trade's been all I'm trading is spreads now. I'm not doing even zero dates anymore. I'm like fuck zero dates. I just throw in a call spread, take the money and run. Even going that low is not that low, right? We had a low of 543, 543.79, 543. We're asking for 30 points lower. Just give me 30 points so I can get 60 points. I think we get the creepy Carl up the Wally. I think we print all that shit. That 5,500 gets printed. But I want some down if you can give it to me. If any of you guys can give me some down, start selling your positions. Do some real money selling for me, please. Yeah, Winky, I'm with you, man. Every day the daily trigger comes up. That's the other thing, too, is every day that daily trigger is marching higher and higher and higher and higher. So. I said I'm not going to take any zero dates, but I think I might take some right now. Yesterday, I put one on for this Friday. You know what my thought process was on it? 543, 545 is going to print on Friday. I know that. I know that's going to print. We ain't trading 540 into the close on Friday. In my view, at least, we ain't. Even if we flash down, I don't think we close below 545. I think that's the minimum pin, I think. $27. 549s are 13 cents. They're not going to print that shit, are they? Maybe they'll print 548 though. 548 C's, 32 cents, 28 cents. Are bouncing around in there. That's what I got. I got some for today already. I got some calls for today. I'm going to hold them at the end of the day. If they burn, I don't care. I won yesterday, so they'll fund the misadventures today. Hold them to a fucking bell, or they go to zero, one or the other. Well, GS is inferring, too, that the market can go wild from now into the holiday is over. Let the retailers take over and run it up. Then we sell it down when they get back from vacation. Now trading 33, 34 cents. Trading 38, 39. $40.41. New high. Well, not all-time high. New high in terms of this was an actual prior high from the other day. We got some garbage in here and then a squeeze above if we can squeeze it. Now down to 40 cents. If you're going to buy NVDA, you could do it now. You could wait until after the 4th of July. If we run it up through the 4th, we can run it up or down. There's an ability here to run the market up or down into the holiday. So if you buy it now and you get a print between now and the week return, I would sell and then rebuy the following week, 10th or something like that. If they run it down, I would just hold into end of July. Depends on your structure, too. If you've got straight calls, you can't be buying like July 19th or July, was it 28th? You got to buy like 2 or 3 months out. 31st. Well, we got a 31st in this year in the July. Good, sweet. To buy like August or September or some shit like that. If you do spreads, then you don't have to worry about it. Like a week after July, August, first week of August or something. We're supposed to go into some kind of like a range-bound trading in August too. It's like end of July, or excuse me, end of sorry, I want to make sure I get this right. Like end of July into August, we should get range expansion. It should resolve to a downside move for election volatility for the month of September and October, roughly in there. And then we should continue up to the upside. My only fear here is if Trump wins or there's a Republican sweep. That's my real concern. I have a real concern that there's a Republican sweep in November. And I want to watch this thing today or tonight. I want to watch this this debate. I don't want to see that happen. But I think it's entirely possible. And the betting sites are saying that it is probable. And people are stupid as fuck. Let's be honest. People are dumb. In general, they're dumb. They take the lowest common information, period, and run with it. Wall Street Journal did a piece yesterday stating that Trump's tax plan is worse than Biden's. It basically comes directly after you as the consumer. It doesn't even sidestep and pass those taxes along to you through goods and services. It just comes directly after the middle class. But you're not going to see that. You're only going to see it's just corporate taxes is going to keep in place, that you'll be safe and fine, which you're not. Still long here. I'm not going to sell. I'm going to stay here. Well, I guess I'll sell if we get a bear cross or something, bear plane of some kind. I'll just stay long here at the end of the day. Hopefully we can get some up and downside moves, some more volatility in the market. What else I got for you? I think that's it. Yeah, they're both taxing. They're both. Yeah, tell you what, if you think that you're gonna escape this, you're not. They're gonna come after you. Both tax plans to me are gonna come after you. The fucked up part is if one or the other side doesn't. Democrats have a tendency to not call people out on their bullshit. They don't do a good job presenting their case ever. And I don't see Biden as the Democratic savior. I don't see him as a Democrat. I see him as a middle of the road, fucking Republican in sheep's clothing. I'll be honest with you. I don't see him as your savior. But you know, you can do what you want with that, I guess. Put that up there. See if we can turn that green, hopefully. But I'm fascinated to see. We did get that new high, so this one's gone. The 7-layer dip is now down to a 5-layer dip. I don't think any of you are going to escape this. I think, from what I can see at least, they're going to get us one way or another. I think with Biden's plan, you might be safer a little longer, maybe a little bit longer. You might extend the bull run. At least from taxes, it'll take a minute for it to kick in. You'd be dealing with higher inflation, but you would still have a strong economy. You'd still have people working. Well, I guess that tide would turn if inflation cranked again, but I don't think it matters. I think ultimately the same outcome will be there for you. I think it doesn't really matter which way you go. Dems got the voting process down. We'll get enough votes to win. I do find it fascinating that nobody is bringing up the felonies, or it's been put in the back burner. I don't see a lot of talk about the felonies. I saw a bunch of talk about it, and now it seems like it's not focal point. Who's better for a bubble? It's tough to say. I don't think either are. I don't think either presidential candidate is going to have the ability to extend the bubble. I honestly don't. I tried seeing if there was like initially I thought it was Trump that could do that. I was like, maybe Trump could do that. And then Trump released the tax plan, and it's the same fucking plan. It's just a different way of stating it. It's just a different way of doing it. I don't know that either can extend it. I think the only thing that extends the bubble is just a fever pitch, a snowball that's out of control. Yeah, you could have 100% taxes. It wouldn't be enough. I think that's the only way you stem demand, right? It's got to be through taxation. One way or another. You're either going to be tariffing foreign goods. You're either tariffing foreign goods and taxing corporations. This is basically the two plans. You're either going to be tariffing, well, both are going to tariff, right? We know that. We know both candidates are going to tariff China, one more aggressively than the other. We know that one tax plan is to tax corporations, and the other tax plan is tax middle class. So you can pick your poison. I would assume that I can't tell which ones would extend the bubble. It's a good question. I don't know that I have that answer. Yeah, or at least in our capitalistic system, hopefully you guys all, the newest batch of show watchers, I gave you the link to the Ray Dalio video that simplifies debt cycles, right? And it explains quite simply, when you come to the end of any debt cycle, what do you expect to see, right? We've seen some of that stuff, haven't we? We've seen internal civil war, proxy civil wars in the U.S., right? It's not a civil war, but you saw the, was it January or June 6th shit or January 6th shit? You saw protesting, right? Black Lives Matter. And then you also saw Me Too, right? You can see protests for both sides, right? So you got like that civil war aspect. You've got proxy wars in Ukraine. You've got a Cold War in Southeast Asia and China, right? You've got, what else does that Ray Dalio video talk about? The Federal Reserve, right? Tightens credit, right? And then, of course, they're not doing that with banks, are they? We're with hedge funds. They're still giving that money away for free to the wealthy. That's part of the problem of our debt cycles and how we deal with them, right? That's where some of the abuse comes in. There's still liquidity out there. There has been since 1978 for banks and hedge funds. You can actually track it on the Fed website. If you look on like loans taken by companies, when we go through tightening cycles, they never stop giving loans to corporations. Corporations continue to take loans. It's been going on since about 1978. Banks, hedge funds, they all still get free money. They don't participate in what you participate in the traditional sense of the word before the 1980s. Yeah, they print more money. Not for you, though, right? They don't print more money for you. But anyways, if you watch that Ray Dalio program, there's a last part to that debt cycle. And that's where they tax you or corporations. You should see your politicians, no matter who they are, tax the fuck out of you one way or another. All right, whatever vehicle they're going to use it. And party doesn't matter. And they're partying right now, right? We know that we're in the largest election year on record for the world. And no matter which party is in office in any country around the world, no matter what your party is called, it doesn't fucking matter. Whoever's in power spends. They like to party. Because they want to get reelected. They're not going to crash everything while they're trying to get reelected, are they? Fuck no. They're not going to intentionally. Yeah, they have to. They're going to come back in January, February. Well, they won't come back. There are like what we call them the world police, but world credit rating agencies are going to look at the after party like it's Animal House and take a look around, walk around the morning after party, the hangover, in January and March and go, what the fuck? And there has to be an answer from these governments. We're raising taxes. We're going to clean up the mess. I apologize. We apologize for the kegger we had over here. The worldwide kegger for election season. We're going to clean it up, we promise. We're going to tax the fuck out of people. Remove the money from the system. Exactly. Mom and Dad's coming home. We should. I'm basing this on the housing cycle. It's a hard one to not believe in. If you look at the housing cycles, you can go out there and look anywhere. You look in the UK, you look in the US, and remember, you need the world in on this. It's hard to come to the end of a debt cycle. Whether it's short or long, I don't know. I don't know if this is the big one or not or whatever, but when you come into the end of these cycles, they tend to line up around the world with world housing cycles, not just the U.S. If you just take a look at any housing cycle map out there, it's fairly clear to see that there's an expectation that our housing cycle ends in 2026, or this last cycle ends around there. I don't know if that means we're going to bubble it up from January of 2025, if they're going to front run the selling, start panicking in 2025. We begin to roll it down. It does matter where inflation is and unemployment is. That'll be your more than the housing cycle. The housing cycle is going to matter in 2026. The other key part is, regardless of the housing cycle, you want to be paying very close attention to the unemployment rate and how fast it's ramping, and inflation. If inflation is like up a point, down a point, up a point, down a point, floating around that 2% or lower, even below zero, we should be fine. We can extend the market. If unemployment doesn't begin to ramp over 5%, we can extend the market, but only if those things happen. And I would prefer to see the Fed not cut any rates along with that. I am not a fan. I'm not a person. I will never. It's possible. It's possible you could get a rate cut and not see a huge downside reaction, but statistically, every time in the future, or every time in the past, not every time, I shouldn't say that. Most of the time in the past, when we get a rate cut, an actual cut, there's only two reactions. It was priced in and we sell, or we squeeze and immediately start selling. Squeeze for liquidity, get out of positions. That would mean that the banks weren't prepared for it. Means it was unannounced. It still resolves to the downside, not the upside. So generally speaking, when we cut rates, it's a downside move. I'm not going to argue that anymore with any of you. I can't believe that people argue about this on Twitter. I'm shocked that people even discuss this on Twitter, but they do. And it takes 5 minutes to find out. It takes 5 minutes. You can just Fed funds rate, when they cut, you can clearly see, clear as day, if it was unannounced and unexpected, and if the banks weren't prepared, we squeeze and then sell hard. If the banks are prepared for a rate cut before it happens, you'll actually see us ramp up into it. We'll pause and start to float down. They cut rates and we blast down to the depths of hell. Now, sometimes the banks get it wrong. Sometimes they expect certain things. Those don't happen. Sometimes we have cuts that are unexpected. All those things are unknowns to the market, unknowns to the market. But anyone out there that's telling you that a rate cut means we go up is fucking out of their skulls. They are literally uneducated. They literally don't know what they're talking about. They're out of their fucking minds. There's a few small examples where the roll down, we save it, but only through more rate increases. Or they get cut 25 basis points and you get a rate hike in 3 months or something. Outside of that, they're fucking out of their skulls. I don't know what they're talking about. What's going on with the realtors on FinTwit right now? Or on, I don't know what the realtors are saying. The only thing that I know about with real estate is I'm in a group of real estate investors. They're accumulating cash. I know that. Everyone's accumulating cash. No one's selling. Some people are selling. I'm selling. A lot of people are accumulating cash, so that they can buy property mid 2026, 2027, somewhere in there. I don't know what the realtors are doing, but I know the Sam. Yeah, we haven't broken the Sam rule yet, have we? She's been saying that shit for like 2 years. She's constantly out there fucking. No offense to her either. I like her. But she was talking about it recently, and I was like, you've been saying that shit forever. As soon as they cut rates, houses will skyrocket. Oh, they're panicking. They're trying to get people to buy right now. I wouldn't be buying right now. I think the window's gone. I could be wrong on that, but I think the window's gone. Maybe not. I don't know. And I don't know that we get a housing crisis either. I don't think we get the housing crisis. I don't know that we actually get one. Or not like one that we've had, not like housing crisis or the housing crisis in 2008. There's some of that out there right now, but it's geared towards there's some of that right now, but it's geared towards real estate investors, not homeowners. Now I don't know if that impacts homeowners as well. There's some creep out, or there's a lot of guys out there, or guys, girls, whatever. There's a lot of groups of investors that were doing some shady ass shit from 2015, 17 to right now, and they're getting hammered. Highly leveraged. They're doing it again. Highly leveraged apartment buyers. You got to remove the demand, right, Winky? Raise the taxes, remove. That's the only way I can see it coming down is you have to destroy. Like the Fed's mandate, and this is the other thing too, like Fed's mandate is robust employment, right? Low inflation. But the federal government's mandate is not any of those things. There's no mandate by the Senate. There's no mandate by the president to keep you employed. They can do all the destruction they want, right? Yeah. Now is the perfect time to deleverage in the end of year. I think we're long in end of the year. I don't think we deleverage until the first of the year, maybe even March. I think we've got until then. The only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to keep one house. I have one more house that I might keep. I got one more property that I like the land on, and I like the house, but I know I'm going to keep one house. It's mortgage free at this point, so if anything doom and gloom happens, I'll always have that to fall back on. Biden campaign sent 67 emails today asking for money. I guess my question to you out there would be if you're a Trump supporter, or if you were any of you not voting for Trump that were voting for Trump. If you were a Trump supporter, are you a Republican and saying I'm not going to vote for Trump? Did the convictions make you more angry? Are you more steadfast as a Trump supporter? With inflation like it is, inflation's falling. Inflation is falling. Are you asking a different question, maybe? Are you asking, will prices fall below pre-pandemic levels? That's a different question. Inflation is falling. Prices are coming down. The rate of price increases is slowing. I'm wondering about Trump supporters. I'm not really wondering about Biden supporters. I think Biden supporters are voting Biden regardless. I think Trump's. If there's any question, it's probably. Let me ask you guys Let me ask you a serious question. Do I think Biden's voters are gonna not vote for Biden? Is there a question of that? No. I think the only question is Trump voters. Do they vote Trump or not? Does the convictions matter or not matter? I think that's my big question. I don't think there's any question about Biden voters. I'm with you, Winky. Don't do it, Winky. Don't take the bait. I don't know what the answer is. I would assume if there was a question, it's got to be Trump voters. Do they become more angry? Do they like, fuck it, I'm going out to vote? Like the old fucking 80-year-old guys, like, you know what, fuck them. I didn't vote the last time, but I'm voting this time. Do they get swung over to Biden? You guys think Biden's a Democrat? I'm like, the fucking way is like fucking Trump light. He's like the nicer version. Put the aluminum hat back on again. All right, so we tagged this one back up here. So that one's gone. We're good on that one. Got the high tick. Oh, God, I'm actually losing money right now. I'm actually losing money as we grind higher. We're going to do this grind higher. What are your 548s worth? 28 cents, dude. We're at 550 right now. Sorry, bro. It's 28 cents. That's all I can do for you, man. Yeah, I don't think Democrats care about indictments. Dems aren't like that. Dems are like, you guys can't you can't be like Democrats are like the evil fucking. They're a wet fucking napkin. Get the fuck out of here with like Hunter Biden. They were like, put him in jail, put him in prison, fuck him. Biden hasn't pardoned him yet, right? So I don't think there's a Democrat out there that'll. Or there might be, but the general thought from Democrats is if you do the general like public thing is if you put them on trial and put them in prison, so be it. Do it. If they committed a crime, put them in prison. Arrest them, bring them to trial, and send them away. Do I think it could happen in July? Could we get an early sell down? Yeah. If we did, though, Trader Pam, we see it, right? One of the coolest parts of one of the a lot of what this it's a good question, Trader Pam. So how I always felt about the market was I didn't have basic awareness, like literally basic awareness. of market direction. So if we buy pullbacks on the daily trigger, right, we're buying like the thesis is that you're buying pullbacks on the daily trigger, right? That's the thesis. If we're in a bull market, we're buying dips on the daily trigger. It's a safe place to buy a dip. If you put stops underneath that and we break that dip buying operation, we break below the daily trigger, you should have stops, right? That limits your risk. If we begin to reject the daily trigger and trade down into the weekly, that's a chance for you to hedge yourself or take a short position of some kind. And if we reverse to the downside, you'll see it before it happens, right? So you shouldn't be worrying at this point until we do that, right? Does that make sense? So if you're a young trader, a new trader, if you're an old trader, and you don't know if we're in a bull environment or a bear environment, the triggers should show that to you easily, right? We don't have any deleveraging right now. There is some topping action going on in the weekly velocity right now, but that takes time to play out. So on the scale of a month, we probably have another high or two coming in July before that roll comes. It's coming. It just isn't there just yet. So if we break below the daily trigger, we start rejecting the daily trigger. You change your stance to a sell stance. Same thing with price action below the weekly trigger, right? If we trade it down to the weekly trigger, if the daily trigger crosses the weekly trigger, we know that we're in a major correction, right, down to the monthly trigger. We also know that as long as price is above the monthly trigger, we're bullish on the market in general. And we become bearish on the market when the daily trigger crosses the weekly trigger and price, and daily trigger crosses the monthly trigger. We're in a bear market. So we actually know when that's happening. The last part that I would say to you would be this. If you're looking for an actual top in the market, like, hey, we topped the market, our quarterly, monthly velocity tends to peak and decline just before we top. About 1 to 3 months before we top, it'll start on the decline from a high, and that usually signals the end of a bull run. We haven't had that happen yet either. So is it possible? Sure. Thesis, though, for being in a bull market, the thesis is you buy the daily trigger. If it fails, you switch to that defensive stance. Yeah, I think we squeeze it into the year. I think we squeeze it into the year. Right now, the bottom is looking like 560, I think, on the weekly trigger. Let me take a look. Seven layers of cheese and guac, baby. Currently, right now, we slam into this 550. Where's 550? Right there. Fuck is going on over here? Oh, my bad. Slam into 550, right? Take out 555. 556, I think, is where it's at. Slam into this 560. Maybe grab 570. Hang tight over here. Maybe we can catch 570. there. Right there. Then you got August. You got, so this is July 31st right here, and then you've got here's August. Just bear with me. It's going to take me a few minutes. So you figure if you hit this 570 here, and if you have range expansion, some kind of range expansion, right? Something that leads down, right? So you got 530 over here. That's the weekly trigger. If you were to run this again, here's October 1st. So you peek this out, right? Range expansion all the way down, right? Leads to some kind of downside move in September. A break of the weekly trigger. I don't know if we get that break. It's like 530-ish. But then the monthly trigger is way down here. Let me show you where the monthly trigger is. If you're looking for a major correction, $460 down here. Pretty big, right? This looks like a disaster. I don't know how I drew it or whatever, but you get the gist here, right? Now, if we started to start this consolidation phase sideways, you would see the weekly trigger start to just hover. It's not actually going to continue to go vertical. It's going to actually start flattening out down here. So maybe 530, 540, somewhere in there, if we can get down there. 530, 540, worst case scenario. If you're looking for this 460 down here, I'm assuming some of you are expecting this down here. Blood all the way back down. I don't see it. I see it on the weekly trigger. Then I see that save and end of the year. Bam, there's that 6,000. Ramp it up. Blood up. Now I could be wrong here, which it's okay to be wrong. It doesn't really matter if you get the crystal ball. If on one of these pullbacks to the daily trigger, begin to break below it, show it to you over here. You buy a dip and it goes underneath, begins to reject. What do? Hedge. So even if we pull back over here, you're buying a dip and we get it. I think Trader Pam was asking this. If we get underneath it, begin selling down and you're long, you're just hedging anyways. This 5,000 is pretty important to us, too. There is something else to be said about this, too. Let's look at one other thing here. Let's talk about these PE ratios all the time for the S&P 500. It's like crucial here that we break above. We're at an inflection point right now in the market. So start to ask yourself, when we go into Q3, is earnings season going to be good or bad? Are these companies going to do good or not good? Are they going to issue earnings that are, or guidances that are good for the rest of the year? Think about that, because this will play an integral part in if we enter the bubble or not. And you got to think about, you need to be thinking about the last major bubbles we were in and what you're expecting in the future. Do we get that final ramp? This is the run to April 1999. We had one more here that didn't. This was 1992. We topped. But if we get that bubble run, and we have 4 great examples of it, right? 4 examples of it. COVID. Now, there is something to be said in this, too. Whenever we run into these bubbles, I want to talk to you about this for today. I was going to save it, but I'm going to talk to you about it today. So last 2 or 3 weeks, you keep hearing these banks say they're rotating into quality, a more broad-based quality bull run. And I want to talk to you about that briefly, because if you remember back in this bubble right here, when we got to December of 2020, money left spec growth and went into quality, which is still NVDA, but Apple, Amazon, all the big boys, and the indexes. So I'm fascinated for this winter, for whenever we have that, if we have that rolled down in fall for the election, and we're buying the dip heading into the end of the year, will you be cycling out of spec growth and into whatever the end run is? Would it be quality? So keep your eyes or ears, like these banks are foretelling you this right now. A lot of the pressers, a lot of the notes that are out there right now from banks are saying that's similar to 2020, similar to this run here, and this run here. You may want to be, you don't want to get caught on the back end of this bull run. So keep an eye on I guess my point here is keep an eye on some of your spec growth stuff, meme stuff, all the Kathy Wood stuff. If you end up seeing like major highs into July on your favorite spec growth, or you see major highs in December on your spec growth stuff, if you see any of that going on, be careful of the rotation out of that stuff for late cycle bull run. Whether it ends in March, January, whether it ends in 2026. Just be conscious of maybe a rotation out of that stuff. I remember I always talk about this in the show where we made the jump from Wall Street Bets over to Twitter. And Horse Liver Fat and I were cycling out of spec growth. And people were like, why aren't you going to stay long this stuff? And CNBC that December January, like first week of January, first few weeks of January in 2021, they were pumping all of the Cathie Woods obscure funds, like ARK-K, or no, like the ARK Genome, like ARK-G, stuff like that. And they were like, oh, there's so much more run ahead for all of the spec growth shit. And they fucking just sold into all of those traders for like a straight year. So just be careful of that shit as we get closer. If you start seeing your favorite tickers being like, they're like maxing out on highs again, you might want to get out of your shit and start shorting that shit. But as right now, I mean, if you think about it right now, just like have a quick thought about here. We're heading into what we think is a late stage bull run, right? You can see it on the PE ratio, right? Just showed it to you. It's not an argument. We can't argue what I just showed you, right? So we're either going to enter a late stage bubble of some kind, or we're going to sell down, right? So fundamentally, do you think we're going to go into a bear market today or tomorrow, or do you think we have more to go? The housing market says we have until 2026, about midway through. The argument that the market is rational, or that banks are rational, or that a bank thinks it's going to the bull market's going to extend past 2026? Probably not. I'm going to assume that someone with a degree looks at the housing market and says probably going to end in mid-2026 at the latest. I don't think their greed knows any bounds either. So put that over there. Now we're below it again. I don't think I've ever known too many bull runs that, if we were at the end of a cycle, didn't ramp. So we've had a few examples, but not many. So I don't know the answer. I don't know the exact answer here. My assumption here is that I'm going to assume that banks are greedy. I'm going to assume that they're going to try to run this up as high as they can get it. My assumption is that they also know that we're coming to the end of a bull cycle by 2026, at the latest, and that they're going to hoard out. They're going to ramp it, get it as high as they possibly can. I also think Jerome probably wants it higher too. If I was Jerome and just saw that basic shit right there, I'd say to myself, can we allow the stock market to trade below 3,500? Probably not. They didn't allow it to happen the last time. So they either have to break something or have broken something, or maybe you have not you personally, but some of you have these fetishes that you want the stock market at 1,600 or 1,400. Do you know what that entails going there? I think people like these like fever ideas of, I really want this, or I really want that, or I really want this. And it doesn't play out. Japan is a great example of that. Decades of going up, decades of devaluing the yen. It's going to crash, going to crash, going to crash. And even then, it didn't crash, did it? It just went into like a decade of a lost decade, right? It just went sideways. So, I don't know that ever happens. That fever dream of, burning tires through Manhattan, Civil War, and you're eating your, I don't know, canned goods or some shit like that, and we do a great reset. They'd likely do a great reset themselves, forgiving debt before that even happened. So, I don't know. I would expect they run it up. Now, if I'm wrong and they don't, it's okay, because we got the tools Tools will tell you we break below the daily trigger. Fuck it, let's trade the weekly trigger. A daily trigger comes down with price and crosses through the weekly trigger. We're probably going into a bear market. Yeah, and we can call it then. But people call it all the time, right? Without us even doing that stuff. People call tops all the time, right? They're like, this is the top of the market, crash, this, that. All you have to do is, all you have to wait for a crash risk is for the daily trigger to cross the weekly trigger. That's all you got to look for. It tells you right before it even happens. When we top the market, the daily trigger crosses the weekly trigger. And that is when we're at risk. Not price, daily trigger. Daily trigger crosses through that weekly trigger, and it's dangerous. That's when they can start calling tops and be like, yeah, that's the top. Or they could just say this is the risk of it being the top with the cross of the daily through the weekly. No, I sold them on stream. Sold my calls on stream this morning. Sold them right here. Right there. Sold them right here. Right there. Oh, you mean zero dates? Yeah, I still got those. Yes, still have zero dates. Spreads gone. Sorry, I thought you were talking about spreads. Still long 548s. End of day, not selling them. No selling of the zero dates today. They stay on. They're paid for. Yeah, zero dates still on them. Hold them until 4 p.m. Until they go to zero. 0 or 4 p.m. They do. They romanticize it. It's not going to happen either. Like, they will intervene. They will inter-fucking-vene. They always intervene. Even if they were to just scrub the debt, they would do it. Even if they were to scrub the debt, they would still fucking intervene. So, I don't think you get it. I don't think you get the, I don't think you get, like, the burning tires in Manhattan. Civil War. I don't even think you'd want it. I don't even think they could do it. Like, I'll tell you the other side of this whole story. Like, there's like, you see people out there, right? And they have like the fever dream of the Great Reset. And if the fucking Walmart closes, they can't survive. If you were to shut down Walmart and fucking, no offense to any of you out there, but if the U.S. government shut down Walmart and McDonald's, you'd be fucking begging for relief in like 2 weeks. That's how soft we are as a country. We're a pretty soft country, generally speaking. You guys could, like, I don't trust 80% of you to know what it means to truly have nothing. I think you guys, you give up the Civil War in like a week. I just don't think it could happen. Maybe. I guess anything could happen. I just don't believe it. I don't even think our culture is built for it. Like, I think other cultures are built for it. But U.S., we're soft, man. You guys think you're hard here in the U.S. I always see these guys out there. They're always playing like, you see them on YouTube and shit, right? Like, I'm a prepper, and I'm like, dude, you're fucking 350 fucking pounds. Fuck you mean you're a fucking prepper? You mean fucking prepping your belly? What the fuck you talking about? You'd fucking die of a heart attack if you had to walk a fucking mile down the road. You haven't left the goddamn chair in 20 fucking years. 30, 40 fucking years. You literally hit the chair 40 fucking years ago. It's okay to be overweight, but let's be honest. You're 50 years old. You're talking about prepping for the end of the world, and you wouldn't make it out of the fucking house. You'd be dead if you didn't get your fucking meds. They turn off CVS. I'll add CVS. Turn off CVS, turn off Walmart, and turn off McDonald's. Fight over. I know they're going to turn into Rambo. Fucking. Fucking shit. What are shin splints? I never knew about shin splints. You do now, buddy. You ain't running shit, let alone walk. You took 1/4 mile run, your ankles are fucking the size of watermelons. That was a great scene, by the way, when they broke Bane's back and it was like, the Duke of New York. So I don't know. I don't know. Is there a risk of a crash? I guess was the original question, or is there a risk of an early? Is there a risk of an early major correction of some kind? Right. Or correction. So a pullback is to the hourly trigger. A major pullback is to the daily trigger. If price breaks below the daily trigger and begins to reject, right, that turns into a correction. A correction is to the weekly trigger. That's price, not daily trigger. Following, just price. If price goes to the monthly trigger, that's a major correction. We're still in a bull market. Every ticker out there that is above the monthly trigger is in a bull market. Period. End of story. No discussion. Even if it's coming down, it's in a bull market. If price gets underneath the monthly trigger, it is in a bear market. It's in a major bad place. It's in the hurt locker, as Binky would say. So we can see it happen. So if it happens, we can call it. But a lot of people call that stuff, and that stuff hasn't happened, right? They're like, that's the top, this is the bottom, this is the that, that's the this. And you're like, yeah, we're not even there yet. So I wouldn't worry about it. When price comes down into the daily trigger, you buy it. You know that that's a place to put, or to have a stop or a hedge below it. That's your place of confidence, not your place of weakness. And the same holds true when we sell. If we sell and reject the daily trigger, you're selling that daily trigger and that hourly trigger all the way down to the weekly trigger. So those same rules apply in a bear market. There's no like, oh, he's a bull. He's going to tell you the bull case. No, it's the same mythology when we become sellers of the market. You're going to put faith and confidence that daily trigger is going to hold and that price is going to go down from there, or that hourly trigger there. We're going to sell off of that until we hit some support, right? Real support. We know that that's usually momentum based or major crossroads, right? We hit 1,000, we hit 100. The only thing I would say on that too would be, if there's one last thing to say on that topic, it would be to that question: if we begin to correct now and not later. The only other statement I would say to this would be this: if you are a bull, you want to be higher from here for a correction. You don't want to be correcting here. Not at this price. You don't want to be losing 5,000, do you? You don't want to be losing it. Not from here, at least. You don't want that sentiment change. So that could happen, but we're not there yet. But if we did, I wouldn't want to see a loss of 5,000, 515 on SPY somewhere in there. 515, 5,000 somewhere in there. I wouldn't want to see it lost. Not now. Hell no. 570 with a bloodbath, I'd welcome it. I don't want to see it here. Right where we are on this, what this PE ratio is, they definitively, in my view, if you're a bull, you definitively want to poke your head up there, poke your little turtle head above, and say, "Hey, we're coming up here." You don't want to be like, "This is the top. We're going to roll down 1992 style." Price all the way back down again. Almost at the lows. Where's the lows? This is 10 a.m., 8:29. We've got the Jason Hendricks line down here. This is the pre-market low, I think. Nope, this is last night's low. I'll put that one in there. I don't think we cleaned any of that up. This one down here at 543. We got this one right here. This is from 821, pre-market low, I guess, right here. And this is the low 10 a.m., I think. 943, 952. 10 a.m. low right here. This is the low from last night at 9 p.m. I think it was lower though. I'd have to check what let me check ES really quick. Yeah, give me a quick second here. I'll check what London did and Asia did. $9:52 p.m. Yeah, they're the same. That's the same low. This is the same low as overnight ES. We've already taken that one out. So that's the one to beat there. We already took this one out. We should be clear sailing to the upside. That one should be gone, and this one should be gone too. So next upside targets, we got road bumps at 547.64, 548.28, and then a target to the upside of 548.90. And of course, 550, and I believe 552 and change. Downside targets, 545.12, 544.75, 543.83. I guess you could count this one right here, I guess. Get the weekly. This is the weekly low down here. Let me draw that in for you. Weekly lows right here. I think, right? Yeah, it's Tuesday. Got a bear cross, bear plane above here. Intraday support right here. Someone asked about SDAO earlier. SDAO, I kind of like it lower. I'd like to see SDAO come down and trade. Set an alert for like 515 on SDAO. 531, 535, somewhere in there. Shit, I just deleted something. TNX on the move to the upside right now, trying to get higher. We'll see if TNX gets blooded or not. This should be a driver for the rest of today. Seems like TNX is the way to go today with what's driving the market. You want to see yields get smashed to the downside here. So got it more granularly. Atlanta Fed GDP now for the second quarter now tracking 2.7% versus the 3% expected and the 3% prior. The spread between French and German benchmark yields is drifting higher. Bostic stating inflation is moving in the right direction. Interest rate cut likely in the fourth quarter. It's 11:21. We've got a 4-week bill auction at 11:30 and an 8-week bill auction at 11:30. At 12 p.m., we get a 15-year mortgage rate and a 30-year mortgage rate. At 1 p.m., we get a 7-year note auction. So we got a bunch of auctions coming up right now. Market is set for those right now. Tomorrow we've got PCE. The last two major volatile events. We got PCE tomorrow. Chicago PMI at 9:45. Michigan consumer sentiment at 10. I don't know that consumer sentiment's going to matter as much as PCE. With there being news this week, I don't think consumer sentiment's going to matter at 10 a.m. PCE is going to matter. Then we've got of course, the debates tonight. I don't normally like USA Today, but I did like their article this morning. I think there's a tendency right now by voters. The reason I was asking you about if you're going to vote for Trump or not earlier in this broadcast was because I think voters are just looking for batshit crazy. I don't think they're tuning in because they care about policy. I think they're just tuning in or going to tune in because they want to see fucking crazy. It's like we've turned into a fucking circus. And so, like, is Biden sloppy? Is Trump sloppy? Does Trump want to shit himself? Did they take too many Adderall? Did they, like, is there anything crazy going to happen? Is Biden going to say something about him being convicted? Is Trump going to go after Biden and bring up all kinds of crazy nonsense too? Like, does it devolve into a circus? Does Biden forget to say something? Does Trump? Fucking two of them together. Fucking two of them. They got like a playlist of the greatest hits by both of these guys when they say shit that's wrong. I had Truman over for dinner last week. You're like, no, dude, that was way a long time ago, bro. Truman's dead, bro. Let me walk you off the stage over here. Let me hold your hand. Did you guys see that CNN doesn't want the presidential debate to be live streamed? Did you see that? So if we wanted to run a stream tonight for the debate, if I wanted to put the debate on tonight, I couldn't. Supposedly, I couldn't. Like, did you guys hear that? CNN is going to stop anyone from broadcasting the debate. They're going to try to block your stream or something. You can get DMCA'd, right? I can get an actual warning from it. You can't even have it on. Like, I could do a play-by-play. I could do it in the Discord. We could stream it in the Discord on a voice channel. We could do like a presidential debate. We could do is we could take a shot every time one of them fucks up. Every time they're like doing the grind. Start answering questions, grinding their teeth and stuff. Oh, fuck that. They're both on drugs. Fucking Trump, when Trump debated Hillary Clinton, she looked normal. He was all fucked up. He was fucking cranked out. Do you guys remember that debate? He was cranked out of his fucking skull. Do you guys remember that debate? The Adderall like kicked right in the middle of that fucking, right in the middle of that debate. I was like, that fucking guy is fucking ramped right now. He would do a drug test. When does Adderall leave your system? Oh man, that's like my wife. My wife worked for professional sports. She worked for professional sports and she worked for D1 in the D1's College Gate sports system. And then she worked for professional sports teams. They were all fucking on drugs. They were all on fucking drugs. They were all on drugs, and most of them had tutors in college. I'd be interested in doing that stream in the Discord. Fucking flaming pile of shit. That stream would be a shit show. It's kind of bizarre that you can't play it, or that they're claiming that you can't play it. They said, I guess the rule, CNN's rules are that it's if the clip I think is under 2 minutes, you're okay. If you cite CNN, you can play a clip. I believe, don't hold me to this, but I think it's under 2 minutes with proper accreditation after the broadcast. So think about that. We talk about fiefdoms, right? Everybody's fighting for their own fiefdoms out there. You've got a presidential debate that is not on a major news network. bleeding right now down into the hourly trigger, trading 545.05. You got no national newscast that's hosting or carrying it. So it's not public. It's not a public debate. You got a presidential debate that's I don't know if it's enforceable, but you can't even rebroadcast it. You can't play it. You can't replay it. You can't comment on it with it playing in the background anywhere. The whole thing is controlled. The entire debate is controlled. Retesting right now, the hourly trigger, trading a pin strike at 544.94, 544.90 for a low. This is intraday support right here that we're on right now. This below is the overnight low on both ES and this is the overnight low on ES and SPY. Weekly low down here. Took that one out. Still haven't taken this one out yet. So that's my question about the presidential debate is, should I do the stream live on YouTube and Twitch? Maybe just don't record it. What I could possibly do, so Twitch doesn't natively record until the end of the stream. So when you live stream, there's no recording on Twitch. They record it afterwards, though. YouTube does record it, but I could delete it before it's done processing, before it goes live. And I don't think we would get a DMC. You just couldn't leave it up. You'd have to run it during the broadcast or during the live stream. Then you'd have to delete the live stream before you ever get there. There is a way on Twitch, because they don't record it, where I could delete the audio from the you just wouldn't have the audio of the presidential debate. You just have us discussing it. It would be left over. That would technically work too, I think. But otherwise, the only thing that I see, the only other thing that I see as that the only other solution that I see would be inside the Discord. If you did it in the Discord, nobody would have access to it. It wouldn't be public. I don't know how many people we can fit in there in the Discord for the stream. President, what time is it? 9 p.m. You guys want to watch it tonight? Do at least 100 of you want to watch the stream tonight or the debate? Are you guys going to hate each other or something, or want to kill each other at the end of the debate? You guys can be adult about it, or no? You guys gonna want to fucking murder each other? Fucking take out like a blood debt against each other? Like the fucking member, I hate that member. It's going in my black book. I know. Y'all want to fucking kill each other in the Discord? That's what I would be doing. I kid you not. I got no problems laughing at either of them. I got no problem with it. I got no fucking problem. If I want to get my daily dose of conservatism or democraticness, I can go to Our Conservative and listen to it all day long. I can go to our politics and listen to it all day long. For me, I think I'm on that crowd of just, oh God, how bad is it going to be? Breaking through right now. Daily support, intraday support being broken currently. Whoop, right here. New low below daily. The intraday support has been broken at this point. So you're going to be looking for a trade down, and they broke with confidence down below here. Looking for a trade now to do a sweep the leg of the overnight lows, which is down at 543.80. Price target 543.84. You got the cross coming up right now of the 1 minute trigger. You should see a trade higher to this first. You should see a nice trade above here. Whoop. Then a rejection right here, and then blast straight down to the depths of hell. 543.80 price target. I've got some still. I've got they're at trading 8 and 9 cents right now. No selling. They stay on till 4 p.m. They don't leave. They can burn. Still up. I'm still up right now. Still up from yesterday's trade a bunch, so I'm still good right now. Yeah, sweep the leg. If you're gonna, I don't even want them to take this out. I don't even want this weekly low. I want five. I want these two down here. 537. This is from the brief. 537 over here and 540. I want the low lows, like low, 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 low. We're still range bound right now. This is all still within range. Trading the same price as June 17th right now. Still no break of range. Trading 544.86 right now. 84. We were trading this yesterday at 2 p.m. Trading 544 and change. Went down to 543 and change. Traded all the way up to a high of 547. Another fucking boring fucking Thursday. You fucks roped me into another fucking... I shouldn't have come to the goddamn stream today. Goddamn another sideways day. Should have taken another vacation day. SPX. Trading where it's been trading. SPX still range bound. Adding to 548C right now. What else I got here? I'm going to read to you from Fed's Bostic. First, I got some other stuff for you. OpenAI is selling more of its AI models than Microsoft. Inflation is moving in the right direction. Interest rate cut likely in Q4. Inflation remains chief concern. Businesses say they see no cliff ahead for the job market. That's not completely true. Share of goods rising 5% of more has fallen below 20%. I want to be absolutely certain inflation will return to 2% before an initial cut. That should be seen as the first in a series, as a reason for patience. We're already at 2% on a smaller time frame. I penciled in 4/4 percentage point rate cuts for 2025. The Fed is on a long-term arc. Service businesses say pricing power is eroding. The Fed can achieve 2% inflation with a job market that remains tight by historical standards. PCE should say that tomorrow as well. So PCE should be the driver of some of these comments today. Natural gas change. BCF actual 54 billion. Forecast 54 billion. Previous 71 billion. Kansas City Fed. Blah, blah, blah. US 4-week bid to cover 2.5. Previous 2.9. 4-week bill high yield 5.27. Previous 5.23. We'll see if this rejects when we go down or not. I'm betting that we go up from here, that the hourly trigger holds. At 45, 48 will be dead if that happens down here. Watch out. They're going to try to blood this right now. Hang on tight, boys and girls. Rivian is coming back down to check its hourly or its weekly trigger. Rivian's weekly trigger is at $12.59. Its daily trigger is coming up to cross above. We have a price target of $28.15 on Rivian. If you are a Rivian bull, we had a price target to the downside of $10. It got as low as $10.16. If Rivian can hold 12.59 as the daily trigger crosses above in the next few days, took that one out. We should then trade $20, $24, then jump over 25, 26 and trade that $28 high target. Pretty bulled up here on Rivian. So the trade is not dead yet on Rivian. The trade will be dead if we trade below $11. What is, I forget what Walgreens is. Walgreens has been closing. How does it show? That's not it. There we go. Walgreens, like 2 weeks ago, closed a bunch of storefronts. The last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Trading $11.83. We have a target, a prior target that we listed for Walgreens of $10 as well on a prior broadcast. They're trading that right now. They're trading $11.83. We had a target of $10. And we have another target of $3.04 on Walgreens. Currently trading $11.81. And I'll show you this back here. We'll switch over to Walgreens really quick. So we're going to talk here about Walgreens. We've talked about them in the past. We had some very low targets. These red lines are what we had. We had $10 and $3.04. When I was talking with you earlier about, stop that somehow. When you get across of the daily trigger through the weekly trigger, and when price breaks below the monthly trigger, that's this blue one right here. you're in a bear market for a ticker, a legitimate one. And it usually gets pretty fucking violent and ugly. They've traded down to their, let me go over here and show it to you guys. They broke below their 6-month trigger over here. They had their fucking, quarterly trigger cross through. They had their monthly trigger cross through. Now they're breaking their yearly trigger at this point. They're in full free fall. Currently trading $11.81. Two price targets, $10 and $3.04. There is a giant gap above here. We're going to take a quick look really quick on velocity and higher frames and see if it's done or if it's near done at $10. And see if there's any historical example of this. And there is one right here, way back in 1975. Way back in 1975. When it was trading 20 cents. Walgreens was trading 20 cents in 1975. This is the last time they had death and destruction, right? There is something to take away from this, though. We're going to look at this right now. And you can see prices underneath the daily and the weekly trigger. And you can also see how it starts to reclaim that price action to move up higher here. See how it gets above its monthly again, and it becomes bullish again, right? Price is above the monthly trigger, right? And you can see the consolidation. You can see the series of new highs beating out prior highs back here. Reclaims the monthly trigger. So if you don't think we can trade $3, I behoove you to check 1973. Oh, nope. I even wrote in $1.60. I put $1.60 in there, too. I said $3. I meant $1.60. So it's trading, currently it's trading $11.88. What can we take away from... What can we take away from 1973 and where price is currently? Fairly simple, right? If you want to get bulled up on Walgreens, you'd want to see the cross, wouldn't you? You have plenty of time for price to go higher. So I would say this to you right now. I think that both PTs down below are valid. I think $1.60 is valid. I think I checked this against. I think I checked this against some large gaps that were left behind. And I think $10 was just a speed bump. To trade $1.60 on Walgreens. Now, it doesn't really matter if it trades $10 and bounces or if it trades $1.60. The only thing that I would say to you here would be monthly trigger up here would be the big one for a turnaround on it. Do any of you think we can trade $1.60 on Walgreens or can go bankrupt or not? Anyone out there think that? I think it's just chasing a low. Pipe down there, winky face, with the deleting the database. Hey, you think so? Good acquisition target? I can't comment on this because I have family that works in this. I have a family member that works for a large company like Walgreens, not Walgreens, but one of them, and has insider information. So I can't say shit. But my wife works for one of these companies, so I can't talk too close on this stuff. But price target $1.60. If it's going to turn around at any point, Walgreens, I think $1.60 is easy. I'll be honest with you. I think $1.60 is easy. You guys are gonna be like, no fucking way. I think it's easy. So $1.60 price target. I think you get the bounce on the $10 though. Clean up any of this nonsense in here. Maybe we trade like that 16 to 10 for a little while in a bloodbath. A bloodbath and a takeover of some kind. If we don't get the takeover, now you know they own it lower than this. They own it at fucking 30 cents. Someone does. A bank out there owns it at 30 cents. So someone does. Someone out there owns fucking Walgreens shares at 30 goddamn cents. Can you imagine not selling those fucking things and watching that whole turnaround? Anyways, Walgreens. Price target $10, possibly $1.60. If it begins a turnaround, I have no interest unless it gets back to the daily. This could be intraday traded in here, but even so, what's the fucking point? Might as well wait until it gets back to the monthly trigger. Let that monthly trigger come down here and cool down a little bit. Cool its fucking jets off. I wouldn't touch it until it gets above the monthly trigger to be safe. No joy for bears currently to the downside. No joy. No sweep the legs. Are they just waiting to test the 5-minute trigger maybe? Waiting for the 5-minute trigger chest. One more chance, Bears. 545.60. There's a lot of consolidation going on in the background. Or it's not even in the background, it's public, right? There's a lot of consolidation in healthcare companies and pharmacies and partnerships. And there's a ton of money drying up right now. COVID money. There was a bunch of COVID money that was being sloshed around. That's not there anymore. My wife talks about, like, one thing I can tell you is that my wife talks about there are less people on insurance than through the COVID years that were eligible for what she does. Yeah, there was big growth. There was not only growth, there was like programs with they had a bunch of military or VA programs and like Medicare, Medicaid programs from COVID, and they had a huge expansion. And those programs are like consolidating to now down now. Yeah, that too. The mini clinics too. Yep, they're all like From what I can see, my wife is interwebbed with like fucking like they're all interwebbed now, or they're all consolidating at this point. Like all these healthcare care companies and the pharmacy companies, they're all wrapped up with each other. Yeah, healthcare needs to burn to the ground in my view too, Winky. I'm offended by it. We already have it. We already have a patched together fucking national welfare system for healthcare. It's a fucking full disaster. It's a fucking disaster. Not just the healthcare system, the dental care system too. Dentists need to be broken up. Big dentists can go fuck themselves. Sorry. It really isn't big dentists either, is it? It's just a bunch of dentists. If you're a dentist out there, sorry, but they got no love for you. I've had good care across. I've been in country. I lived in fucking Korea. I spent time in Japan. Had healthcare in Japan. Japan was good. It's great. I think we can do better. I think we can do the best healthcare in the world. Nationalized, just like our fire departments and our police department. You know, those other socialist programs we got. You know, like that other socialist program for soldiers, the VA. No, the VA sucks. The VA is terrible. But it shall be overhauled. We want private research back in our institutions, our university systems, private research for the betterment of humankind. Right? We want people living long, healthy lives. Being productive members of society, paying their taxes. Listen to me. Yeah, it's jumped the shark. And that Obamacare is bullshit, too. That whole thing's a fucking disaster, too. That thing's a fucking disaster. Biden's not behind that either, is he? It should be something. It should be something where it just should be. It should be something where it's coming out. It's coming out of your taxes. You're paying your taxes or paying for healthcare. It ain't fucking socialism. We literally have capitalist socialism with our healthcare right now. It's like it's just going into it's just like profit driven healthcare. It's still socialism. The framework's all there right now. We just don't control it. It's one of the biggest ways to get washed too. It's one of fascinating. It reminds me of the drunk drivers that go to take their cases to court. And you find out who the DWI guy is, and he's a hardcore Republican. And he's like, don't do it to me. I'm not that guy. It's the bad guys out there. It's the criminals. Don't put me in jail. I made a mistake. I got a DWI. What do you mean? I voted for this. And then they get sick. They're like 65, 70. They get all their hard-earned money taken away. All their money taken away from the form of bankruptcy. What do you mean? I was a productive member of society. What do you mean you're washing me out that way? Using healthcare to wash me out of the system? Yes. Remember you didn't vote for national healthcare? We're coming for you now, buddy. I just think we're the best country in the fucking world. I'm sorry. In a lot of ways, I'm a nationalist. I think we're the best goddamn country in the fucking world. I'll say it. Wow, how in the fuck have we not figured out how to do national health care? How? How have we not figured it out? We can be capitalists. I believe in what fucking part of healthcare is capitalist? They get fucking paid by Medicare. They get paid by Medicare, Medicaid. They fucking run everything. They deny your claims all day long. You get denied service claims. It's a fucking mafia. It's a literal fucking like monopoly. It's basically a monopoly, right? And then if you can't pay or can't get coverage, not even your jobs, you can't even afford it. Some of you can't even get it. Some of you have jobs you don't even get. It's not even offered or mandated. You have enough employees. Ask people that are rich out there. Ask them. I got rich friends. They still work. One member of the family will keep a job just to have insurance, to be eligible for coverage. Debbie Downer channel. we're Debbie Downer on healthcare. I'd think that the Debbie Downer channel would be if you don't have healthcare, right? That's not why my wife works. My wife works for the healthcare. My wife's the only reason, literally the only reason my wife still works is because of healthcare. It's the only reason. People ask my wife all the time. They're like, Debbie, wow, they only gave me a fucking penny, dude. I added more calls at 8 and 9 cents. I bought them at 9. I added like double down. Now we're trading 9 and 10 cents. My wife still works only because of healthcare. It's the only reason. And she'll probably work till she retires due to that too. Do any of you only work because of healthcare, or any of you have a family member that works still that could retire but can't retire because of healthcare? Oh yeah, my wife does too. My wife gets paid by government, a lot of government money. She gets paid a lot of pay, or the programs that she's involved in that she does work. She does modules for like physical therapy for people, and it's from like a big government program. Yeah, it's good money. It's good money. It's reliable. None of you have family members that work a specific job for the healthcare? Nobody out there? I'm the only one? None of you guys work. Nobody in your family works as a job specifically for the health insurance. You're a specialist in your own practice. Primary archer for the Navy. Like it? Dig it? Yeah, my wife keeps her job for the insurance. We're deathly afraid of I'm deathly afraid of not having an income or having crippling bills. Like wake up, boom, got something bad, and they're like, taking everything you got, buddy. You got some assets over there? We'll take those. What assets can we liquidate? You make your own hours, very specialized. Schools are not producing enough audiologists. I talked to my daughter about this. I talked to her about if she should go into medical school or not, if it's even viable. I'm trying to push her into finance now. Or if she's going to go to medical school, I want her to get something that's monetizable right out of a 4-year degree. They gave me 2 pennies. But I'm in at 28, so I'm on 28 on 100, another 100 at 9, so I'm still upside down in this trade. Yeah, I was talking to her about going into respiratory therapy. I was like, if you got a degree in respiratory therapy, became an RN, 4-year bachelor's or something, or take a 4-year degree that's like, if you don't go for your doctorate, your master's, your doctorate, PhD, or for medical school, you at least have something to fall back on. No joy for bears. No sweep the legs. You all having fun out there trading sideways? God, dude, Tazo, I'm literally driving a nail in my forehead. I just want a fucking big up move or a big down move, something I can short or something I can buy a dip on. I'm printing right now, but I bought it like 28 cents. They went to 48 cents. Then they went down to like 8 cents and 7 cents. Then I added some more at 9 cents. I like the RN degree with no bachelor's. That's all changing, though, isn't it? I thought it was all changing. They're now starting to ask or demand RNs become or get more bachelors today than they used to allow. The 2-year RNs. I like the 2-year RN degree, though. It's cheap as fuck. Good job. My mom is a nurse practitioner. My sister's an RN. My family is all medical professionals, and my wife's family is all engineers. Engineers, medical. They like to the all the women in all the women. My buddy is a doctor, and he's like, all the RNs are fucking. It's like they like to get down. RNs and teachers. They're meeting RN or a teacher. They're kinky. They like to get down. Don't believe any of them. They're going to tell you they're not like that. It's probably because they have to live such perfect, not perfect, but they live that caretaker life. It has to do with something with their jobs and who they are as people. I've heard the kinksters out there are typically like teachers, nurses, RNs. Well, that's the other thing too. They've seen so much nasty. That's why the conversation's like with my mom. Like my mom's seen so much nasty shit that nothing phases her anymore. My mom and my sister, both have PTSD. Both of them do. Both of them have PTSD. My mom and sister both worked in emergency room settings in the Boston area, and both went in. My mom went into more like palliative care later in her career. She was, and then now she's crushed. Like, my sister was so damaged by working in emergency room medicine that she went into sales. She now works for a drug company, and she'll never do it again. She's just my sister in particular went through real crisis. My buddy who's a doctor. So this is one of my closest friends in my life. He's been my friend for many years, right? He's in respiratory medicine, and he was a traveling doctor during COVID, and he's changed. He's a changed man for the rest of his life. He'll never be the same man ever again. From what he saw. People were on their deathbeds. Dude, that's the stories this guy's told me. Yeah, he made a ton of money. Life-changing money. His life will never be the same. He's wealthy now. And I mean wealthy. He made so much fucking money, it was stupid how much money he made. And he went into all the hot zones. He went into New York City, went down to Texas, down to Florida. He worked like every hot zone there was during COVID. But the things that he tells me about it was horrific. How these people died. He was oftentimes one of the last people that these people would see as they died. And what do you say to people? We gave you instructions on what to do. You didn't do it. There's nothing we can do for you. Literally that. Pretty crazy. There's a shortage of medical workers today out there. Due to that, right? I just read that on Reddit last week. They said there was a big shortage of medical workers in the United States. They're turning people over like crazy. Trading 545.80 right now, trying to squeeze higher, squeeze at all these sellers. We're stuck fucking sideways still. Range bound, baby. Trading 545.76. Looks like these sellers are going to get squeezed out. We have the prior high from earlier. Just corkscrewing along, winding it up. You got bears betting on a downside move. You got me begging for anything up or down, anything outside of this range. I'll take up or down. I don't give a fuck at this point. I hate range-bound trading. It's the worst. It's brutal. It's not brutal. It's brutal when it's all day long every day. I feel like finding a low in the morning or in the afternoon, that's fine. But watching the market when it's doing this stuff all day long is brutal. Now have a bear or bull plane forming to the upside. Price target to the upside if they can backtest it properly. 546.97, and then a squeeze above a big squeeze to 549. We'll watch this back test right now here, see if it's successful. Market's still claiming to be supportive. I just reviewed Rivian on the stream 15 minutes ago. It's actually up, rotating right now. Just went over Rivian about 15 minutes ago on the stream. I'm bullish on Rivian. I'm bullish to $28. I'm bullish on Rivian. If you don't know that, I'm bullish. You're going up. You're almost there. You're doing a back test right now and a cross of the daily through the weekly trigger. You should be moving on up here shortly. I'm a Rivian bull. Market and pause, 12.19. We've got a couple more. I think we got mortgage rates coming out here shortly. It's like Men in Black. There's always an alien battle cruiser or Krillian death ray or intergalactic plague that's about to wipe out life in the miserable planet. That's how I think about crashes, Mr. Talking Monkey. like major corrections and crashes. I'm like, yeah, we'll know when it happened when it happens. We'll start rejecting the daily trigger. We'll have a clear picture of it happening. No, they don't. They never have. They never have. Never. Not once. We can see them as they happen. We can actually see them. Hell no. They know put mafia coming out now. We just came out of a low at 1 p.m. They took their shot. They're out of there. Fuck that put mafia. Vol controls in the house, baby. They took their shot. They had their stab at it. They had their chance. But just get us out of this mother. Or sorry, I was going to say the M and F word, but I'm not going to say it. Let's get us out of this range, please. Get us out of this range. Yeah, voice control, gang. No M and F'ers. Monday Night Football, baby. TNX selling right now, too. Get these mortgage rates out. Somehow they figured out a way to fix the disaster, right? I actually like Men in Black. That was a good movie. I like the concept of it. I thought it was a great movie. I thought it was ingenious. I thought it was fun. We don't. Do you guys notice this summer there's not a lot of fun? Do you guys notice this summer there hasn't been a lot of fun blockbuster movies? Do you guys feel like there has been or hasn't been? Rivian now testing its hourly trigger. I feel like this summer season of movies is just kind of blah. Yeah, Deadpool. I can't wait to see that. Trading 10 and 11 cents right now. Oh, we'll go up there and print 548 cap. We ain't giving you 28 cents. You know what? I didn't like the second Quiet Place. I didn't care. I felt like it was a one and done movie. Quiet Place to me was like a nice one and done. That was it. I didn't need to have prequels and more prequels. I'm trying to think of what I just saw something that kind of piqued my interest. Saw some trailer that the William Dafoe trailer that just came out with was it Nosferatu? Seemed okay. I'm not interested. I never liked Twister. I didn't like the original Twister. I thought it was kind of yawn. I know people loved it though. People loved Twister when it came out. I'm not interested in Twisters either. The new Strangers movie. I passed on that one too. I didn't like the original. Nope. I saw Nope. I thought that was fucking phenomenal. A lot of people didn't like that movie. I thought it was great. My thoughts, I'm on zero dates right now. That should be your answer. I'm on zero dates right now. Normally, I love zero dates. The only time I hate zero dates is when we're in a vol suppression environment. It's the only time I really hate them. If we're back testing the 5-minute trigger the whole way up, fuck that. No zero dates. Spreads all day long. Futures. No, we got good movement today. This is pretty good movement. We're doing pretty good. If you start seeing us, if you see price back test if you see price action like this and like we're back testing the whole way through instead of trading up here, if you see us like trade all the way down into the 5-minute, all the way down in the 5-minute, all the way down in the 5-minute, that's bad. But generally speaking, most of the year, I love zero dates. I love them for their directional, the ability for them to be directionally kicking ass. I suspected we were going to get a trend day up today. We're not, so can't win them all. Well, they were going to trend up into the close. So, range bound, stuck again. I'll leave them on until 4:15 too, and I'll do the same again tomorrow. Just a heads up on that. So today and tomorrow's close, I'm looking for some kind of a climb the wall of worry, blast up 30 points. So I'm here for it. I'm here for it today, and I'm here for it tomorrow. I'm assuming it's going to happen. We did it yesterday briefly, so I'm here again. I'll be here today to the close with zero dates calls, and I'll be here tomorrow for zero day calls, regardless of wherever we are. 540, 537, 546. I don't give a fuck. I don't believe them. My thesis here is that I don't believe that we're pinned to 545 into tomorrow's close. I can be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. So, but I don't believe that for a minute. So, contracts don't say that we're pinned here. So, well, it says we're stuck range bound between 5450 and 5500. But I'm on climb the wall of worry. And I don't know when they show their hand. These dealers, these fucking dealers are gonna try to murder this fucking market before they allow price to go up. So, I just gotta be here for it when it happens. Take my money and run. I don't think we see any more quarterly inflows until after the 4th. I think anyone that I know right now is on vacation already. Everything's on cruise control right now. GS claiming otherwise. GS saying that we can get more volatility in the next week or two. We haven't seen that yet, have we? I would trade shares here. I just don't. I would, though. I would. If I wasn't live streaming, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be buying shares and shorting the market. I do it for the stream. NVDA turning around to the upside right now. Watch NVDA. They look like they're bottoming right now. Fucking RGF. Goddamn RGF. I should have taken the 88 cents and fucking ran. I'd be stuck owning this fucking company for fucking 10 years. Can I go over nada? Hold on here. I just saw your comments. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Apologize for missing the request. You want North American Datacom? Which nada do you want, Chris? Which nada? You want North American Datacom? Oh, you're going to go over NVDA. Chris, are you a member? Are you a supporter? What's up, Rohit? Good to see you, brother. Chris Plummer, are you a supporter? Did you get the NVDA Outlook special report a couple days ago? Did that have NVDA in it? I thought I did NVDA. That's why I'm asking. That's okay, Chris. I was just wondering if you got it, man. I'm going to give you an Outlook, Chris, right now, okay? Switch over to the daily chart on NVDA. Here, we'll just do it together. Make it simple. Okay, so we know where the buyers are, right? You can kind of see where the buyers are on this, right? There are buyers here, 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 right? Here, 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 and here. You see that, right? That's where those buyers are. That's support. We know that, right? Fairly simple, right? We haven't broken down yet. on NVDA. We know the buyers are here. Pounded down, bought right back up again. Whoop. We also know there's buyers right here too, right? Big blocks of buyers. Fairly good jump point right here, right? If we don't lose this daily trigger. It's at 117, 118 right now, right around there. 117, 118. This is where everybody's buying. So we're in a bull market. That's where we are. Forget what you're reading FinTwit. Forget what you're reading on CNBC and Bloomberg and anywhere else. We're in a bull market. This is where all the buyers are. This is where you should be buying. This is where you buy. Up here, right? You buy up there. Like, I'm a buyer. I'm bulled up. When we know that all the buyers are right here. So we know where they are, right? Daily trigger. This is where all the buyers with support is. We had a prior high of 140.80. If we know that this is support, we traded 140.80. We got above 140. That's bullish. So we didn't get sold at 138, 139. We got above 140. We know that equities have like bands on the zeros, the fives, the zeros, the fives. There are bands of buyers and sellers. If you go to Bookmap and you look on an equity on Bookmap, it just shows big fat bands of buyers and sellers on the zeros and fives. If you break above a 0 or a 5 or below, it shows weakness, right, or strength in equities. So we had some strength up there. Sold down. $115 seems to be held right now, right? Damn it. Hold on. The fuck? What just happened there? The bottom of the key about 115, top of the key 140. You already traded 140 here. I'm going to put up 150. And 160. Keep it simple. We're in a consolidative phase right now. We know that we think we have a little bit more of July for tech. Tech seasonality should last into the 17th of July. Put a high target of 160. Expected 150 at least. We're consolidating, and there's buyers showing up for what end? At least 140, right? If not 150 or 160. Some gaps down below here. 105, $100. I bet there's a bunch of bears out there like close all those gaps and we'll talk about going back up here and trading 160. How about fuck you? It's being bought right here. As long as the daily trigger holds, I'd be looking for a trade no lower than 115. That's July 26th. I'll give you to the 31st to do it. I would say to you in the next week or two, find your poison in here. This gets kind of wonky when I change the time on it. I'd be looking for maybe one more back test here of this low. Looks like we actually tagged it. I missed that earlier. I didn't see this. So the low was at 115. You see that? I thought it tagged over here, but there actually was a low tag of 115, just below 140, just below 115. So in the next week at some point, if you can find a low, by the 8th, we're trading 131, somewhere in there. Knock this bad boy out right here. Then knock this bad boy out right here. That's the 11th. 16th. That could be the 19th, though. This could be a little bit farther out in time. It says 16th, but I give it all the way over here to the 19th. Pull back, and then maybe you get the extension to the 31st over here. That's the 6th. I don't know why that's over there. It's supposed to be right there. Does that work for you, Chris? Where's Chris? Is he out there? It has you nervous. I don't know what else to say to you. This is support. I'll see you at the top. How about that? The only nervous that I would be getting here would be, the only way I would ever be nervous here is if you broke underneath the daily trigger, rejected it with another new low. I'd be nervous there. I'd be nervous as fucking there. I'd be hedging like a motherfucker for a downside move. There's no reason to be nervous here. The only thing to be thinking here is, can I get it cheaper? And the only thing that isn't guaranteed here is we don't go down. This part right here is not guaranteed. We could just grind sideways and start heading higher. There's no requirement that we even pull back. The only fear I'd have here in NVDA is that we don't pull back. The more direct route would be Start fucking doing it right now. Just start fucking doing it right now. Why even wait? Not bared up. Sorry. I don't know who's out there telling you that, but they're wrong. You want to know where I have us at the end of the year? $200. Whatever pullback this is in August should be like a sideways thing. And it should resolve to 200 by end of year. We're not near done on NVDA. Nowhere near done. You're gonna look back. I'm gonna warn you guys of something, okay? Mark my fucking words. You will see 200 before you see the run is over on NVDA. 200. You will see NVDA 200 before you see your bullshit. The top is in on NVDA, or I don't know what the fuck you guys. It's not you guys, but you know, like what they're saying out there. You know what they're saying out there, right? It's a fraud. It's a bubble. Amazon 200 on deck. They've been calling for a bubble, calling for a bubble, calling for a bubble, calling for a bubble. Oh, give me more fucking up, please. Bring it up or fucking down. Give me 550 now, please. 537, 550. 540, 550. Can I get any of those numbers? Top or bottom? I'll take any of them. I'll take anything range up or down. I think Bears and Bulls would both enjoy either 550 or 537. 552. 552.36. Or like 537.18. Somewhere in there. It ain't over. I'm telling you, that NVDA's like scared. Just get on the fucking NVDA gang. NVDA gang is not wrong. It's going to the moon. They're fucking like, you know what it would take, like, it's going to take some really bad fucking news for the bubble for AI to be over. We need another one of your burning tires in the street episodes. We need, like, I don't know, the Federal Reserve loses all its money to a hacker. It has to be related to AI, though, too. Rivian trying to turn around right now. It's fighting its way above the hourly trigger. Yeah, something like that. We need a robot to kill an infant. We need something bad to happen. And then the bubble will burst. We need them to be directly impacted by it, you know? Can't be something that they don't get hurt. I don't mean physically either. Like, they're so fucking dumb. The Senate's so dumb. They have to be hurt. Like, they need to, like, lose all their money or something through the AI directly. Oh, yeah. We talked about it the other day on stream. We talked about the hack. Yeah. We talked about that on Tuesday, I believe. China ain't doing shit. China knows better. They already announced it. They already know. Dude, like they've already said it. They're not ready to attack Taiwan. They will be. They will be in like 10 years, 20 years. They're not right now. They're not ready. They can't do shit. That's a fucking fact. Let me tell you that truthfully. That's a fucking fact. They can't do shit. Taiwan. Very low probability. Absolutely. It'll be a Cold War for they need 10 years to do it. But they can do it, just not yet. Next 5-10 years, about 5-10 years, they'll be able to do it. Z even came out and said it a few weeks ago. He's like, the U.S. is trying to goad us into a fight over Taiwan, and we're not going to fucking do it. I believe Z. Dude, what is that? Why is Spy up on this fucking thing? The fuck is going on here? They're not ready. They will be, though. They're just not there yet. They're working towards it. They're fighting us. We're actually fighting that war right now. Indirectly. We're fighting it with tariffs and trade, and we're fighting it with chip production. The war has already started. Shouldn't say it hasn't started. The war that I'm talking about is a physical confrontation. They're not quite there yet. They're going to be, though. The U.S. knows it. The U.S. is going to force their hand. 2027 would be my guess that we force their hand. We have to force their hand. We have to force China's hand. I think we do it. I don't think we wait for China to be ready. I wouldn't. I'll be honest with you. I was in the U.S. Army Command. I would not be waiting. As soon as we're ready to go, we're going to push the issue. 100%. We will fucking amass troops all over Southeast Asia. We're going to have fucking it's going to be a buildup. Just like the Berlin Wall, same fucking thing. We're going to build up bases, troops, ships, air power, you fucking name it. And we're going to fucking isolate China. That would be my assumption at this point. Yeah, they will pass us sooner than later. If we wait on their time, but their timeline is probably a decade or two from today. Right now, we win in all scenarios. We win every fucking scenario fighting them right now, and we'll lose that window by 2027 to 2030. So. I think we confront them at some point. We already do. We've had drones since early 2000s. U.S. military's had drones for a long time. We're in 6th generation warfare right now, the U.S. We're not even in 5th anymore. We're in 6th. We're the only country in 6th generation warfare. And their 5th generation is bullshit. It's fake. I don't know. It's tough. They're very successful right now with their form of communism that they're using. I gotta give them like a hats off to that. They've done a pretty good job with adjusting communism in China. They've done a fairly good job with it. I don't know if that's possible in China. And their leadership is vast. They have a huge, way larger machine than Russia does. I don't know that I see that leaving in China. The other thing about China, too, is its Eastern philosophy. It's a tough one. I don't think that'll ever get cracked. That's kind of like saying you're going to go to Iraq and change the politics in Iraq. If you've ever been to Iraq, it's been like that for millennia. You need power, strong men, strong families. It's their political system. I don't think we're ever going to change China. I don't think that ever happens. Confucianism is the reason. It would be like saying changing China is like saying that you would come to the United States and change Western philosophy. It's the exact same statement. It'd be like saying we're gonna go to the United States and we're gonna make everybody think the opposite of their philosophy that they were raised with generationally for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. I don't think that would work with China. I don't. I think it's a fundamental difference in culture, which is fine. It's not a bad thing either. I'm not saying that in a negative light. I'm saying it actually in a positive light, I think. I don't think you'll ever change that about China. Nor should we ever try either. If they're fine with that form of government and system, and if they're adjusting communism in its purest form to some sort of successful model of it, all the power to them. Oh, watch out here. Market is getting, as 1 p.m. as these rates are coming out, market is getting quiet here. Here's your chance, bears. Rivian. I think you're done, bro. I think you're good right now. You're gonna get you could get one more check back as you get the cross of the daily and weekly. It's possible you come back, you come up here, retest that prior high. I always, whenever the crosses happen, I'm always afraid. Every time a cross happens, I'm like, oh fuck, we're going back to test that shit, just to make sure it's real. Just to make sure that that's real, we're gonna go back and test it. Really a quick, violent move down, back to where you were. You can still trade it up from here, but $28. That's where we're going. Yeah, US has only been here 248 years, but Western, like when you start discussing like Western and Eastern philosophy, you can see it clear as day in society. If you've traveled, you can see it. It's a fundamental difference between cultures. It's not a bad thing either. It's just what it is. It's ingrained in every part of your life experience. I've got some of these articles out on the bank stress test. I haven't had a chance to read them to you, but I did bring up earlier some of this stuff, like the credit card stress test stuff, bank stress test stuff. I've got the articles up here to read to you, but I haven't read them to you. I haven't had that time yet today. Walgreens shares plunge. Let me go pee really quick. I've been sitting here for a while. Let me go potty really quick. We've got some mortgage rates coming out right now. Let's bring it over to TNX, see if there's any reaction here. I think we got a 7-year auction as well right now. No trade to the overnight low. Bears couldn't pull it out. Still range bound in the marketplace. I gotta say that to you guys, and I don't mean about traveling in like I don't mean about like traveling in tourist areas. If you immerse yourself in any Eastern culture for any period of time, you already know what I'm talking about. If you are not from the United States originally and you're from an Eastern culture, you can say the same thing in this chat. You already know that there's a deep fundamental basis in culture based upon Eastern and Western philosophy. It's okay. It's not a bad thing or a good thing. It's not negative in any way, shape, or form. It's not intended to be negative. One is better than the other. Yeah, if you and so making that statement like, will China ever do this or become that? It's kind of like asking, would the United States ever become like the Chinese system? And you'd be like, never. You may not know the reasoning why you're saying never, but the reason is because you were raised with Western philosophy. That's the reason. Multi-generationally, generation after your great-grandparents, grandparents, great-grandparents, or those great-grandparents, great-grandparents, great-grandparents. All of that history. Even if you're an atheist, you're still raised with those Christian beliefs and doctrine. It's like ingrained in your who you are as a person. Okay, give me a quick minute. I'm going to take a quick potty break. I gotta empty the bladder. As soon as I get back, I'm going to read you some stuff from Walgreens. I'm going to read you some stuff about the pandemic savings being gone. Supposedly, you guys have pissed away all your pandemic money. I don't know if that's true. Jobless claims, I'm going to talk about that. Pending home sales, vacancy rates for commercial entities, all that kind of stuff here in a little bit. See if we can get that stuff out of the way. Yeah, I'll put the new squawker on for it's on right now. Oh, it's not on. I apologize. You know, I fucked up yesterday too. So I apologize to you guys. There we go. So when I'm not streaming, I have to switch my audio sources so I can hear the computer audio. When I have Streamlabs on, I have to switch the audio to hear the computer through Streamlabs. I don't know if I'm explaining that proper, but sometimes I'll put on the news squawker or I'll be speaking.
Edge lower after the 44.
And it doesn't come through this audio channel to you. Squawker's back on again. It was, I can hear it, but you can't hear it. It's all fucked up. It's not fucked up. It's just channels. Okay, I'll be right back with you guys. Auction right now, 7-year yield actual was 4.276. Forecast was 4.650. Fed bids for 7-year notes total 1.5 billion. Some other notes here too. The U.S. 30-year fixed-year rate mortgage, 6.86% June 27th week versus the 6.87% the prior week. So slightly down, hovering at the lowest since April of this year from a source of Freddie Mac. 4-week high bill yield, or yeah, I already gave you that one. All good. Yeah, scratch that. There was no forecast. The previous was 4.65. The U.S. 7-year yield actual was 4.276. Apologize for that mistake.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Just a note, liquidity is drying up again in the market right now.
$75 counterparties take $531.692 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
It's not bullish or bearish, just means that there's no moves being made. It's neutral. All right, let's see what happens on this next hour. That's why I put this tag up here. 2 p.m. Take a look on the hourly really quick. Got a winner here for the Bulls. Another winner right here for the Bulls. Barely. They got to hold this right now. See, they're already trying to send it down on them. Watch that blood come in right now. That's what I'm looking for right here. They're sending it down right now. Right on time. Blooding it straight down right here, right on the 2 o'clock hour. Half an hour to the hourly trigger once again. Blood at 2 p.m. Woof. Straight down. This is the line right here. All the way back down to the hourly trigger. God damn. So I had that vertical line there for 2 p.m. You got like, if you watch the hour, if you watch the 1 hour bars back here, bulls fail, and you're not getting any new highs up here by 2 p.m. And see it right there, trying to set it down right now and just stop that. Sell any kind of strength by bulls. And draw this one right here. Down, up, down, up, down, up. This would be where the bulls took it the last time. $545.10, bulls cannot lose, and they need to regain this 545.63. Yeah, I was like, oh, I'll come back at 2 p.m., I'll draw the fucking vertical bar on it, see where the bulls are, and they didn't do it, so come back to the sell side again. These fucking days suck. I can't stand these days. In a month, bullshit. Parking the bus. Here they were the last time right here. Fucking getting murdered on calls right now. I should have taken them off right before, too. I knew this was setting up here, too. Oh. All fucking dealers, too. This is all fucking dealers. This is all fucking dealers. Market wants to go up. They just sell into strength every fucking time. Same nonsense that took place at the bell yesterday, too.
I'm still willing to raise rates.
No
Inflation
fucking
doesn't ease, and
difference.
monetary policy is currently restrictive. Inflation should ease with the current Fed policy setting, and if inflation moves towards 2%, the eventual rate cut is on the table. The Fed is not at a point yet where it can consider a rate cut, and the lack of create financial issues. I'm concerned by the decline in number of US banks. The economy is strong, but activity has moderated.
Try again at 4 p.m.
Modest progress on lower inflation this year, and upside risks to inflation persist. Easier financial conditions could drive up inflation.
Did it at 10 a.m.
In weighing future Fed rate changes.
2 p.m. Killing me. Overnight low still down here. See if they can do it again. Same setup as earlier. God, I can't wait for this fucking gamma to come off the fucking market. Ugh. Why am I even here again today? Okay, I'm going to read a bunch of news to you again to pass some more time. Empty offices risk wiping out $250 billion in commercial property value. U.S. office vacancy rate is forecast to hit a peak of 24% by 2026. Let's do some top line reading on this one. Nearly one quarter of all U.S. office space will be vacant by 2026 as working from home persists, slicing commercial property values by as much as $250 billion, according to a report by Moody's. Office vacancy rates are expected to rise to 24%. Give me a second here. I got to buy some more calls. Buying some 547s, still own 548s. Fuck. Fucking just murder sweeping. Just straight up chain murdering. Fuck you, Theta Gang. Again. The figures illustrate gloomy prospects faced by property owners and lenders as employers continue to jettison square footage or shift from multi-year leases to shorter term and more flexible co-working arrangements. The argument for maintaining or increasing remote work practices remains compelling for many businesses, Moody's says. Moody's analysis focused on white-collar sectors that have highest work-from-home rates and also account for the lion's share of office property in the U.S., such as the finance, information, real estate, and admin sectors. Using multiple sets of government and academic data, including the survey of working arrangements and attitudes, Moody's determined that office workers today need about 14% less office space than they did before the pandemic. Eventually, Moody's authors said the vacancy rates will plateau as enough offices are torn down or converted to other uses like warehouses or residential property. Right sizing will continue over the next decade as the market shakes out less efficient space for flexible floor plans that support our relatively new working habits. So it does look like they're giving a little bit of space here to the work from home group of people. There's been a fight amongst property owners and then realtors and the current use of downtown areas, any kind of corporate space. You see mayors arguing that they want you to come back into downtown areas to work. We know that that's not real. We know that corporate environments fucking suck. Sellers still not winning this low here, 540, 510. Bulls want to get above 545.63. There are some downtowns that are not like that. Seattle reminds me of Seattle. You'll never see, like Seattle's built for people to work, live, and play, I guess. But work from home is becoming accepted, I guess, is the note on this. And of course, they want a bailout. Should I put that line back down in there? It's 540.501 is the bottom line. Right there. Next one is U.S. pending home sales index slides to record low and high rates. Gauge of May contract signings on existing homes fell 2.1%. NAR's Yun says recent pickup in inventory should tame prices. An index of U.S. pending existing home sales unexpectedly fell in May to the lowest level on record as elevated mortgage rates and high prices discouraged prospective buyers. There's a problem in this. One of the major problems in this is the condo market, apartment market. There are investors that are underwater right now and still not bankrupt. And they are asking prices that are astronomical based upon the labor and material cost for them to buy and flip a lot of these homes, quote unquote, that are not really homes. They're claiming that it's rates, but it's not just rates. It's that they're trapped right now. This will come home to roost the next 2 years, not in the form of rates being the reason. This will come home to roost in the next 2 years. You will see some of these investors get caught. Right now, a lot of them are able to pay off a lot of these loans that they have, but there will come a problem. There will be a problem with this in the next 2 years. A gauge of contract signings and this is the give and take. This is where you have like the fight between, am I going to go bankrupt? Am I not? Am I going to default on these loans? Am I going to I'm going to be forced into dropping the prices of these homes I'm trying to sell? These are actually condos and apartments, not single family homes. A gauge of contract signings from the National Association of Realtors decreased 2.1% to 70.8 last month, the lowest reading in data going back to 2001, the group said Thursday. The median estimate of economists surveyed by Bloomberg called for a 0.5% gain. The market is at an interesting point with rising inventory and lower demand, NAR chief economist Lawrence Yun said in a statement. Supply and demand movements suggest easing home price appreciation in upcoming months. Inevitably, more inventory and a job-creating economy will lead to greater home buying, especially when mortgage rates descend. Pending home sales in the U.S. fall to record low. Closing on previously owned homes have been stuck near an annualized $4 million for more than a year, probably because of the so-called lock-in effect, whereby sellers are unwilling to list their homes in part of their current low mortgage rates. Not true. That's part of it. But that's not true as to where the danger is. Potential home buyers are turned off by high selling prices, which hit a record 419,300 in May. Although the market is gradually seeing a pickup in listings, on a call with reporters last week, Yun noted optimistically that supply of existing homes was up more than 18% from a year ago. Let's see if this leads to more home sales. I'm going to give you a warning out there to this article right now. There's a major fucking difference in today's homeowner than the homeowner in 2008 or 2001. Major difference here today. People that are locked into low rates, 3% or less, are in no rush to sell, and they're in no rush to sell with the knowledge that they have and where we are in the housing market as well. They're in no rush at all, and they're not playing. I thought they would get shaken loose. They're not. They're paying their mortgages off. Some of them have second, third mortgages, but most people that I know they're either, if they're wealthy, they don't care. And if my friends that do care are paying their mortgages down, and they're waiting for this next crash. I think I want to say that the homeowner today is way more well-informed than they've ever been. This has to do with fucking investors, not fucking homeowners. There's no rush, I assure you. People that own homes at low rates are like, get fucked. I ain't doing shit until rates come down and housing prices come down as well. Vast majority of them. Mortgage rates. A sustained easing in borrowing costs could help support sales. The average 30-year fixed mortgage is hovering around 7%, more than twice as high at the end of 2021. While many had hoped the Federal Reserve would begin cutting interest rates soon, inflation that's lingering above 2% target has tied the central bank's hands. Officials have penciled in just one reduction this year, down from 3 cuts they expected in March. Among U.S. regions, the Northeast and West saw slight gains in May contract signings on previously owned homes, while the pending sales index for the South and Midwest each fell to their lowest level since 2010. Pending sales figures tend to be a leading indicator of sales of previously owned homes, because houses typically go under contract a month or two before they're sold. That's all I've got for you on U.S. Pending home sales index slides to record low. There's an evil gremlin in those details they're not telling you in this article from Bloomberg, and that is the defaults of these people, all these investors. You got groups of investors out there that are defaulting all over the country, buying up apartments and condo complexes, and these aren't just for rent, stuff for sale. They're trying to sell some of this stuff out from their portfolio right now, and they're not able to at the prices that they want. So you got to think about that. There are people out there, not you and I. There are people out there that did not care, and they fucking spent big money on labor and material through COVID, after COVID, and they have to get a certain price for their home. Those are the people that need to get hurt for pricing to come down. If they're able to pay these big loans off, they're going to keep them listed at the prices that they have, right? They have to be pushed lower. Not your average homeowner. These are investors. This is a little bit better. See if they can get the new low here. Did they catch the new low right there? They got the new low right now. We might see a big drop here. They got a new low this time. See if they can get it. They got 12 minutes right now to blast it down. I've been trying all day long to break through today. Not just today. They started it yesterday. I'm trying to break it down for the past 2 days. U.S. recurring jobless claims rise to highest since the end of 2021. Continuing applications jumped to 1.84 million in a June 15 week. 4-week moving average of new claims also rose last week. Recurring applications for U.S. jobless benefits rose to the highest level since the end of 2021, a warning sign suggesting that it's taking longer for unemployed people to find a job. I've brought to your attention in the past the workforce participation rates amongst men being the lowest it's ever been in history. And not only it being the lowest it's ever been in history, but just beginning to recover out of the 2020 COVID lows. I've showed you that data in the past where since like 1956, it's been lower, 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 lower. And we're just recovering right now at the COVID lows. And we're getting worse responses right now with claims. We're rolling down again, and this is not good for our economy. Not good. It doesn't matter today, but it builds over time. One of the things that I talk about in the stream whenever we have a rate decision is that, in my view, the Fed is playing with fire in a big way with unemployment, employment, not so much wages, but employment, unemployment, and mostly workforce participation. Very touchy, very dangerous, playing with fire. I'm not the only one that sees this. You've seen articles written about it by very smart people out there that talk about the danger in unemployment in workforce participation. Reoccurring applications for U.S. jobless benefits rose to the highest level since the end of 2021, a warning sign suggesting that it's taking longer for unemployed people to find a job. Continuing claims, a proxy for the number of people receiving benefits, increased to 1.84 million in the week ended June 15th, according to the Labor Department data released Thursday. Meanwhile, first-time claims tickets ticked down to 233,000 last week, a period that included the Juneteenth holiday. Hiring has slowed significantly from the pandemic recovery era of widespread labor shortages. And the unemployment rate ticked up last month to 4% for the first time in 2 years. Not good, right? You start like raising this unemployment. You start playing this chicken game with the Fed. You know the Fed wants to keep rates up and not cut rates because they know the moment that they do that, what happens? We roll the market down. They don't want to roll the market down right now. The Fed wants this market as high as they can get it. Let me say that again to you really closely. The Fed wants this market as high as they can get it because they know what is coming down the road. Hiring has slowed significantly from the pandemic recovery era of widespread labor shortages, and the unemployment rate ticked up last month to 4% for the first time in 2 years. Economists and Federal Reserve policymakers are watching the claims data for signs of whether the labor market, which has so far been surprisingly resilient, to continue softening. I got to impress upon you guys, I don't know if everyone, maybe not you guys, but I don't think like Joe Blow on Main Street realizes how like on the precipice we are on a recovery. We're just starting to recover, believe it or not, and we're at some pretty high rates right now. There's a game of chicken with the Fed right now in rates, in my view. Goldman Sachs chief economist Jan Hatzius recently said the labor market is reaching a potential inflection point where further material softening and demand for workers could lead to a rise in joblessness. Fuck yeah. And not only that, we're talking COVID numbers. COVID numbers. Very dangerous. Absolutely dangerous. What Bloomberg Economics says, quote, the increase in continuing claims for jobless benefits will likely add upward pressure to the unemployment rate, even as initial claims inch down for a second straight week. We think it matters more that an increasing number of workers are languishing. That's Stuart Paul, an economist. Weekly claims data tends to be volatile, even more so around holidays and school breaks. I'll fucking tell you what, right? You might look at these numbers like I don't know what this guy's going to say here in this article, but I do look at the numbers over the years, and it is we're literally at like I don't know how to explain it. I don't even know how to explain like how dangerous it is where we are right now. We're at like I don't know, if we fell off fucking 6 mountains, we got one last mountain to go down into a valley of death. We're right there. We're right there. We haven't made big leaps and bounds in employment to the upside. We're actually have less workers than ever before. This brings up that argument for universal basic income too, doesn't it? UBI as an intervention plan. Initial claims before adjustment for seasonal influence or weekly claims data tend to be volatile, even more so around holidays and school breaks. 4-week moving average, which smooths short-term fluctuations, increased to 236,000, the highest since September. Initial claims before adjustment for seasonal influences decreased by 3,570 to about 224,400 in Minnesota. Texas and Pennsylvania saw the highest declines, while New Jersey had sizable gains in claims. Stock futures paired losses and bond yields rose after the data reinforced bets that the Fed will be able to cut rates later this year. A separate report Thursday showed that orders placed by the U.S. factories for business equipment unexpectedly declined in May. Those numbers came out last May too, or those numbers already came out last month. They've got factory orders going down, and they're going. The reason why they're going down is because of the Fed still raising rates. Until they cut rates, there's going to be no more ordering, none of that stuff going on while the Fed does what it does. Indicating firms remain cautious about investment and higher for longer borrowing costs and softer demand by what the Fed's doing in the background. In the 20 years preceding the COVID-19 pandemic, weekly initial applications averaged about 345,000, continuing claims roughly 2.9 million. So wrestling on the precipice right now. Next headline from this morning was Americans' pandemic savings are gone and the economy is bracing for impact. The excess savings Americans stored away during the pandemic ran dry months ago, and the economy is feeling the effects. Hold on here. Give me one quick second. Sorry about that. Hang tight for a second here. Americans' pandemic savings are gone and the economy is bracing for impact. The excess savings Americans stored away during the pandemic ran dry months ago, and the U.S. economy is feeling its effects. The pandemic savings cushion that helped Americans weather high prices in recent years has worn through, contributing to a loss of consumer firepower that's rippling through the economy. Delinquencies are rising. Executives are flagging caution among shoppers in recent earnings calls, and retail sales barely increased in May after falling the month prior. Now, I'm going to disagree with some of this immediately without reading anything else. Retail sales are doing fine. It's where they're spending their money that matters. And they're not spending their money on homes. They're not spending their money on hard goods. There's an expectation that they will spend their money on hard goods down the road. They're partying right now on the internet. They're paying for like food delivery services. They're going to nightclubs and bars, services and not goods. That could be a good thing for you if you're looking for a bottom in hard goods at some point. If you see a hard goods bottom, you see Lowe's coming down recently. You saw Home Depot, Target, all these other companies that are coming down right now. They're not selling services, they're selling goods. You're looking for that bottom for people or for retail sales to switch from services to hard goods, durable goods, stuff like that. Well, let's see here. Am I disrupting the stream? Did I fuck something up? Well, a lot of this has to do with rates being high and you're not buying a house. If you were able or willing to buy a house, you would switch from services. People can't buy a house, so they're changing their spending habits, not because they're broke. They're working still. We still have good unemployment. So you're like your drunken sailor out there, right? As Wolf Street puts it, they still have money. They're still working. We do not have rampant unemployment yet. We will, but we don't have it yet. So where are these people's money going? It's going into services. People are they're not out of touch. They're just like, fuck it. I'm not going to be able to afford a home. So what am I going to do not having the ability to afford a home? I'm going to piss it away and have fun. So that's what they're doing. And they spent a fuck ton during the COVID years on durable goods. They bought like fucking patio sets and kitchens and new bathtubs, new couches and TVs and all this other crap they get their hands on from. You guys remember all that shit, right? They're buying shit off of what are those websites out there? All those like furniture store companies. So it's not blaming. There's no blame here. It's just, where is the money? Is there money? Where is it? Where is it being spent? It's not a bad thing.
NYMEX diesel July futures settle at $2.54 a gallon. NYMEX
not negative or anything.
July futures settle at $2.54 a gallon.
2:30, Bears in control of the half an hour. They now have one more half an hour to 3 p.m. over here. We'll leave this one here at 2:30.
$81.74 a barrel. That's up 84 cents or 1 spot.
Yeah, it's not really the lows that the Bears are looking for, though. 3 p.m. I'm betting they lose this one. That's not the down that they want, is it? Not the down that they want by 2:30. They got a new low in the half an hour. But not what they're looking for. Not what they're looking for at all. Move this one down now again. See if they can catch it this half an hour. Let's see if they can get it now. So, delinquencies are riding. Executives are flagging caution among shoppers in recent earnings calls. Retail sales barely increased in May after falling the month prior. Economists forecast solid inflation-adjusted consumer spending. In data out Friday helped by lower gasoline prices, but that would follow an outright decline in April. Americans saved and spent their pandemic windfalls. They did, but they spent it on cool shit. They paid down their debt. They paid down their college. They paid down their mortgages. They fucking went out. Mary, the landscaper, went out and bought landscaping equipment. She bought brand new trucks. She bought brand new trailer and a bunch of lawnmowers, and she started a business. And we also know that there's still tons of money being spent in specific places. They're still buying iPhones. They're still buying computers. They're still buying services. Those numbers are still baller. The resilience of American consumers and their willingness to spend despite rising prices and high borrowing costs has been a pillar of the unwavering strength of the U.S. economy in recent years. That is very true. A healthy labor market has played a key role, but so has the roughly $2 trillion in excess savings Americans accumulated during the COVID pandemic. Those excess savings have been fully depleted as of March, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, heightening concern about the durability of consumer spending. That excess cushion that households were able to fall back on in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic is no longer available for the most part, said Stephen Stanley, the chief U.S. economist at Santander U.S. Capital Markets, LLC. And so their fortunes are basically tied to their current income. That is true. Any of that money that you spent in COVID, hopefully you put it to a good cause. If you did not put it to a good cause, you are what? Working a job, and you are relying upon that work to pay your way ahead. Is there any reason for you to save right now for a house? Probably not. Do you think rates are coming down this year? Probably not. Do you think rates are coming down next year? Maybe. next year, 2026. So maybe you start saving now. How much do you need to save? $40,000. If you're making six figures, you can probably start saving that right around now, right? Think about that. If you're got a good job, you're making six figures, you're like, yeah, you know what? When am I going to probably be able to buy a house? Not all of you. I know some of you can afford houses, but a lot of you can't. So you're probably thinking to yourself, it's been fucking a great party. Been ordering fucking food delivery at 3 a.m. Been playing around with OnlyFans. Boys and girls on the internet. I've been fucking dicking around with my iPhone, and I bought the Vision Pro, and I returned it. But do you even have to think about saving right now? Probably not. So you want to be watching closely to see if there is a change in spending habits over the next 2 years. Do we begin a new cycle of savings or not in anticipation of rates coming lower? And here's the scary part. If they don't change their habits and they're relying upon a job and they get taxed by Biden or by Trump and tariffed in China, and they don't save their money, will they have the ability to buy homes when rates do come down, when the market does crash, when the housing market does crash? Do they have the cash available to actually spend and buy all those houses they say they want to buy? That's the big question, right? Will they have the ability to, even though they're waiting for housing prices to come down? All right, we'll try again. Let's try again. Can they get it down here? Overnight low, 543.90. Please give me some movement up or down. I'll take the L. Just bring it down to the fucking 540 for me, 537. Do it. Bring it up to 550. I don't care. So anyways, the excess cushion that households were able to fall back on the immediate aftermath of the pandemic is no longer available. Most part. Employers added 272,000 jobs in May, surpassing all economists' forecasts, and layoffs are low. But the pace of hiring has cooled, and the unemployment rate has begun to edge higher. For now, that resilient labor market is keeping consumers afloat and giving the Fed the space to keep interest rates high to tame inflation. Economists say the household balance sheets overall are healthy. Right? They're healthy. I'm telling you that already before I even read this to you. They're healthy. They still have money. But policymakers, including the Fed Governor Lisa Cook, earlier this week acknowledged that the growing financial strain in some pockets of the economy. The pullback in consumption is all part of the Fed's plan, said Dana Peterson, chief economist at the conference board. But it's difficult to calibrate that, and there are concerns that maybe consumer spending shrinks by too much. So that's not happened, right? They said the savings are gone. That's not happened. This is bullshit here. The pullback in consumption. There is no pullback in consumption. They're just spending it in other places. They are spending money. I'm telling you, consumer is spending money, just not on certain things, on hard goods. They're spending it on services and technology and all that fun shit. On vacation, out and about. Lifts, you name it, they're out and spending money. They're in bars, nightclubs, restaurants, fast food, you name it, they're out there spending their money. U.S. household debt has reached a record, and more Americans are falling behind on their credit card payments, according to data from the New York Fed. A third of households in a recent Census Bureau survey reported that it was somewhat or very difficult to pay for usual household expenses in the week prior, and the savings rate has fallen. Some retailers are warning about changes in consumer behavior. Target Corp's Chief Growth Officer, Christina Hennington, said consumer debt levels are among the reasons the company has a cautious near-term growth outlook. Meanwhile, the financial officer at Walmart Inc., John Rainey, flagged shoppers as spending more of their paychecks on necessities and less on general merchandise. He doesn't bring up that they're spending their money on services, though. He doesn't want to tell you that. Depleted pandemic savings. Joseph Lewis of Brockton, Massachusetts, banked about 15 grand in new savings by late 2021 due to the pandemic's effects. Not only was he able to save on gas and parking, but also benefited from the government's pause in student loan payments. That money helped pay for repairs on the home Lewis, 33, bought with his girlfriend in 2022 and finance growing everyday expenses like groceries. But now, with those savings largely spent, he finds himself pulling back where he can, looking for ways to save money, including trailing behind his 6-year-old twins at home, reminding them to turn off the lights behind them. Quote, we're in a space where we have to be financially creative in terms of really figuring out what it is you can do without, and even what it is that you can perhaps do on your own, said Lewis, who works as the associate director of an academic program for high schoolers. It doesn't help that borrowing money isn't likely to get cheaper anytime soon. Fed officials have signaled they plan to keep interest rates at current levels, a more than 2-decade high, until they gain more confidence inflation is continuing to cool. So I'm not going to buy any more shit for my house. Fed's going to keep the rates high. I got to save money to live a lifestyle that I want to live. So I'm not going to have any construction done either. No construction, no new couches. Kids are going to live with dirty couches for the next 10 years. Consumers might be continuing to spend, but it's taking a toll, said Tim Quinlan, a senior economist at Wells Fargo and Company, non-mortgage interest payments such as for credit cards and auto loans. As a share of the disposable income, also car prices are coming down, right? You're all driving your old cars now. As a share of the disposable income was 2.4% in April, near the highest level since 2008, according to Quinlan's analysis of Commerce Department data. The cost of carrying that debt is taking a bite out of people's incomes in a way that is not since the financial crisis, Quinlan said. He expects consumer spending growth to slow.
39 cents a barrel. That's up $1.14 or 1.34%.
In the second half of 2024. Still, as the San Francisco Fed researchers acknowledge in their research, estimates of how much pandemic-era savings remain in Americans' pockets and the potential impact on spending carry uncertainty because economists use varying methods of calculation. And that's the fly in the ointment. The fly in the ointment here is that if you get unemployment, right, begins to not edge or not float up and down, but begins to run with velocity to the upside, and if the consumer doesn't begin saving money for decline in housing stock, and you get tariffs and forget the Fed, what they're trying to do, but you get tariffs and you get taxation, and you're relying upon your weekly paycheck, and that stuff is passed along to you, and we have less demand, and companies begin to have mass layoffs, and you don't have savings, even if the housing market declines, you're not going to be able to buy at that point. You're going to be left behind, aren't you? Washed out of the system. Let me ask you a question out there. Are you out there saving money right now? As a viewer of this show, are you in any way, shape, or form adding to your retirement plans? Are you buying stock? Are you saving money? Are you saving for that inevitable housing crash? Are you not? Do you feel the pain still in inflation? Do you see more or less money left over every month? Are you paying down your bad debt that you accumulated? You're 5 months ahead right now. That's good. Paycheck to paycheck still. Have you seen any relief, Shadoni? If you're seeing any relief in your weekly pay, let's say you're making $1,000 a week. What are you doing with the extra money from inflation coming down? Are you just trying to meet other, like robbing Peter to pay Paul? Like, well, I didn't pay that fucking bill, so now I'm going back to attack that bill? Or are you saying I'm still losing here across the board? That's my question to whoever said that earlier. Who said that earlier? Shadoni 21. Are you just paying off the bad debt that you've let just accumulate in the background as you're fighting the fires, or no? Or do you feel like you're still under the gun? It just hasn't relented. Yeah, that's what you're doing. I wonder if that switch will come or not, is my question. Or ultimately, the question I'm leading into is, do you feel like you'll have a chance at any point to catch up and save? Jesus Christ. 7 years, huh? Good job, at least. I'm a teacher and cannot even buy proper food. Yeah. It's harder now than it was to save the peak of inflation, or have you been able to change jobs or find higher wages, or no? Yeah, fast food's a luxury, right? You can go out and buy up way better food for that price, right? You can buy a fucking steak. You can buy a New York strip, a wet-aged New York strip, prepackaged, individual 1-inch thick steak for $12 at Aldi. Is mind blowing. You can buy a New York strip for $12 fucking at Aldi. And not like a shit burger from McDonald's. You can't do that at McDonald's, can you? The fact that you can buy a New York strip for $12 blows my fucking mind. That's what I was wondering, L. Is your name L? Any of you that are not making it out there, let me ask you a few questions. Any of you that are not like feeling a turn, like, hey, I'm able to, like I was absorbing all this debt during COVID, and I was behind in inflation, I was behind in wages, I was behind in this, behind in that. I'm just digging myself out now. Like, if you're not digging yourself out right now, if you don't feel any relief, I want to ask you, have you looked for a raise or a better paying job, cheaper car? Car prices are coming down. Rents are coming down. Mostly rents are coming down. I check the whole country all the time. Have you done anything, or have you stayed like, well, I'm staying at my job. I haven't left my job. I stay in the same place that I live. I'm paying the same a car loan, all that stuff. Did you do those things? Did you look for cheaper rents, cheaper mortgage, cheaper car loan, better paying job, or didn't? No, rents are coming down. Sorry, you guys are wrong. The data does not support that rents are going up. They're coming down. You can pick out small markets here and there, but rents are overall coming down across the country. The one thing that I did notice is that there aren't or the only other thing that I would say that hasn't changed is what's available is still small. Yeah. I don't think you have to get a new car loan or move or get a new job either. My wife looked for work and didn't make a jump herself. She stayed with her company. I can understand not moving or leaving or switching jobs or whatever. I guess I want to know if you've felt relief staying in your jobs or not making any changes. You can check this. You can check the data on this. The ask on rent increases has come down. So let's say an apartment was $1,000 and they were asking $1,250, $1,500, $1,700, $2,000, $3,000 at each lease renewal. Let's say last year they were asking $3,000 and commanding it. They're now lowering their ask across the board.
So at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from IMF's Gorgieva, who holds a briefing on the conclusion of the Article 4 consultation on the U.S. economy.
Yeah, staying put. Hold on here a minute. I'm about to cut my fucking hair off. I can't do this anymore. My hair is out of fucking control. I've never had hair this long my entire life. Never had long hair. Normally wear hair to my my neckline. And I don't know why I let it grow this long. I gotta cut this shit off. Bear is unable to get down in this half an hour, turning it around to the upside. This is making my eyes bleed. Making my fucking eyes bleed. I should just come into the market every day at like 2. And buy a low and be done. And now I got to try to sell this shit on the close here. Yeah, I'm long a bunch of shit now. I'm long 547, 548. I'm going to hold them both into the close. I'm going to do the same again tomorrow. I think tomorrow I might wait to enter the market till like 2 and just do what I did yesterday. Did the same thing yesterday. Entered 2 o'clock and got I didn't collect the money, but I did get a nice print. I should have sold and taken the money what I could have gotten at the close yesterday. Okay, so I'm asking you those questions because I want you to know the consumer is fine. The COVID cycle of people buying shit. So this is where ultimately we're coming to in this conversation. The things I want to talk to you about that are important. Very important stuff. You want to be watching in the next, from now until like 2027. You want to be paying attention to, are people able to save money? You want to know that. You want to know that so that when the housing market does come down, are people able to buy into the system? That will have a large impact on the severity of the end of this cycle. Does it last 10 years? Does it last 2 years, a year and a half? You know, the average down cycle is 1.5 to 3 years. You don't want to see a lost generation. 10 years lost generation could be like that 2008 debt cycle. We don't want that, right? We don't know if it's going to be that. So you want to be aware of that as time moves forward. Do people's habits change? So we had the habit of buying houses, habit of fucking rehabbing your fucking kitchen and your bathroom, buying couches and shit from what's that online furniture company called? I buy from them. Wayfair. Goddamn Wayfair. No, fucking Wayfair. It's right. Who got Speed Kills knows who I'm talking about. You guys were out there buying everything off Wayfair during COVID. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, fucking Wayfair. You guys were out there fucking partying, buying fucking couches and fucking rugs and painting, knockoff paintings. Then you switch to services, not retail goods. Now, so the first thing you want to know is, does the American population feel relief and save money to weather 2026, right? The next thing you want to foreshadow and see is all of these companies like Walmart and Target, they're not going to tell you why or where the money is gone. They want the money back in their coffers. They're not going to get the money back in their coffers, are they? They're not going to get it until what happens? Until the consumer buys houses again, right? Or can pay for construction or labor for construction.
Who holds a briefing on the conclusion of the Article 4 consultation on the U.S. economy.
That the price of goods comes down. So I was at Home Depot, or no, I was at Menards just last week. I was at Menards. I was walking down an aisle, and I was talking to a guy in this aisle. And he was a handyman of some kind. And I was looking down at a box of screws. First of all, Menards had it. Menards is a fucking snake. They got like all their shit up in these small boxes, and they want you to pay like 80 cents for a fucking screw. Then they give you like the 1 pound box and the 5 pound box. Then on the other side is where the other screws are, the cheap ones. The normal screws. They actually hide them. But even those are stupid expensive. The big box of screws, the big one, it's like a 12-inch by 12-inch by 12-inch box. Those fucking things used to go for like $60. $40 in the low end for like 3-inch or lower, like 2.5-inch screws would be like $46. The bigger screws, you get about $65 for those screws. Those boxes of screws are still $100 a box right now, $95 a box for those construction grade screws. And him and I were talking about it in the aisle the other day, about a week or two ago, and we're chatting, and I'm like, 2x4s were under $2. Sheets of plywood still stupid expensive. All this like concrete bags of concrete, 6-pound bags, they're still $4 a bag. Not $2.50, $2.69 or something like that. So materials are still through the fucking roof. Through the fucking roof. Services or not service or some services are still through the roof. Labor for like construction, rehabilitation, through the roof. I don't expect any new homeowner to be paying for $70,000 kitchen, $100,000 bathroom, kitchen. Not happening. Young homeowner, likely not going to happen. Young homeowner with 2 kids, out of the fucking picture. I don't even know if they can afford to even buy the material for some of that stuff. I couldn't justify it. I had to, but I was like, this is wrong. The cost of this stuff is absolutely fucking wrong. Coming into 3 p.m. right now. Buyers still in control right now. Buyers still in control as of right now. Uh, 545.01 still puts the buyers in control. Now, the scary part about this is forget the Fed. I got robust employment, beating inflation. The real danger here is if you're working your job, we come into this new election, and you get taxed and tariffed. The taxes and the tariffs, right, could really fuck up the worker if they get laid off. You want to be paying extreme close attention to the unemployment rate. Forget inflation. You want to be paying extremely close attention to the rate of unemployment. If savings are gone, it's been 5 years, 6 years since COVID. People's furniture is getting old. People's, like their cars are getting older. You've got their savings depleted.
From IMF.
People start needing maintenance. People start needing to repair all this stuff, buy new stuff. If they don't have the ability to do that because they get laid off, then you could see companies like Target and Walmart take a real fucking beating and drubbing, is my point. That's where I'm coming back to this Target, Lowe's, Home Depot, Walmart. If the consumer doesn't save money, doesn't have the ability to have a job, if they get taxed to hell and we go through this 2026, 2027, there's a reckoning there for not only the consumer but these hard goods retailers, the Wayfairs, the Walmarts. They're all hoping for these consumers to save and change their spending habits to hard goods. And if that gets extended, if it doesn't happen in 2025, 2026, they're not going to be able to buy shit like that until 27, 28. And you're looking at companies like Target.
The IMF says the US needs to reduce annual deficit around 4% of GDP relative to the current baseline to put the debt GDP ratio on a downward trajectory. The Federal Reserve should wait until at least late 2024 to reduce the policy rate. US personal consumption expenditures inflation is expected to return to 2% target.
So think about that when you're thinking about what you're investing in the next year, 2 years. Think about what you're
2.6% from 2.7% in April, World Economic Outlook. And the US should eliminate a range of tax expenditures and reform entitlement programs and divert some savings to programs to alleviate poverty. The US should progressively raise income tax rates, including for those earning under $400,000 a year. The US general government debt will exceed 140% of GDP by 2032 under current policies, and the US has pressing need to reverse continuing increase in debt to GDP ratio. The US economy has proven to be robust, dynamic, and adaptable to changing global conditions, exceeding expectations.
I want you to think about in the next 2 years, 3 years, how you saw the rise, let's say, of Lowe's or the rise of Target, Home Depot. And think about the consumer in 2 years and 3 years. If we get rampant unemployment, if the housing market's rolling down, if people haven't saved money, they will spend money still. But what will they spend their money on? Will it continue in services and technology? Right? So if you're looking for that buy, you're looking for this buy for the second half of the year.
Edge of news for non-farm payrolls.
You're looking for what companies are going to do well into Q3 and Q4.
Years worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
What's going to do well in Q1, Q2 of 2025? And if the consumer is going to be destroyed between now and 2026 with taxes and tariffs, what will they spend their money on? It's likely going to be services based. It's likely not going to be hard goods. Likely not going to be construction shit. Maybe a little bit of construction shit. Definitely not. They're not hiring the handyman to come over and do anything for $300 a day, are they? They're not going to be able to afford that stuff. So when they're saying quality, what quality do they mean? Probably quality services and not goods. Look at that. WBA stopped. They should reopen it back up. Rivian holding on to its hourly trigger right now. Good job, Rivian. Think about that when you're coming into the end of this year. For the second half of this year, what are you looking to rise? Are you looking for Target to rise? Are you looking for Walmart to rise? Are you looking for? Do you think consumers are going to switch back to being those consumers? Probably not. Probably not. They're probably going to be saving their money. And they're probably going to stay what they're doing with party time. The other thing that I'll be looking at would be apartment rental companies, and I would also be looking at not so much the holder, not so much the I'm talking about the actual renters, like house renter companies. I'd also be looking at used car stocks. People will need vehicles, right? So they're gonna start needing to start buying vehicles, and they'll probably stay with services. They're probably gonna stay away from hard goods. So I don't know if that TGT Lowe's trade on the upside for end of year is going to work out at this point. Still, as the San Francisco Fed researchers acknowledge in their research, estimates of how much pandemic-era savings remain in Americans' pockets and the potential impact on spending carry uncertainty because economists use varying methods of calculation. In fact, some Americans have seen their wealth grow substantially thanks to a surge in home values in recent years and record-high stock prices. Continued spending by these individuals could bolster consumer outlays in the aggregate, even if others are forced to dial back spending. So people that are putting their money into the stock market, people that have bought houses are all still wealthy and have money to spend. Quote, we just about doubled our retirement from before the pandemic, said Jeff Olson, a 64-year-old robotics engineer who lives in California's Bay Area. Quote, that was a combination of us putting in more money, and we just did really well in the stock market. So that winds up that conversation from Bloomberg. Walgreens, and talk about them really quick. They're at a stoppage. I want to read to you something that my wife says to me. I'm just going to find this. I want to read to you at my. Hope this is still here. Hope this didn't go away. Shit, this guy got ran over. I think this guy's comments might have gotten run over. I think this guy's comment got run over. What he was talking about was how CVS is tied into modern insurance companies and hospitals, where Walgreens is not. Walgreens shares plunge on outlook cut, more store closings. Management lowers full-year guidance for second quarter in a row. Chain also making more organizational changes to drive profit. Walgreens slashed its guidance due to a worsening retail environment and announced it would close significantly more stores as its new chief executive officer seeks to turn the business around. In addition to shuttering locations, management said it would make more organizational changes without specifying further job cuts. The company has had a rocky few years with turnover in the executive ranks amid challenging retail climate. Walgreens shares sank as much as 25% Thursday, biggest one-day decline since at least 1980, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. 1980. When I just showed you the price in 1973, I think that was 30 cents a share. I don't think $1.60 is out of the realm of possibility here. The positive sentiment around Tim Wentworth's hiring as CEO has dissipated. Bloomberg intelligence analyst Jonathan Palmer said it's increasingly apparent that there won't be an easy solution to the turnaround as profitability in the core U.S. pharmacy continues to trend downwards. They're not doing what other pharmacies, insurance providers are doing. There's a consolidation effort in the background going on with these pharmacies. I don't think Walgreens makes it, to be honest. I think they get absorbed or they turn into a merger and acquisition candidate. That would mean $1.60, below $1. on Walgreens. Downgrades. Walgreens cut its forecast range for full-year adjusted earnings to $2.80 to $2.95 per share after lowering the top end of its guidance the prior quarter. Adjusted earnings for the 3 months ending May 31st were 63 cents a share, worse than the 68 cents that Wall Street analysts anticipated. The company said in presentation slides that it expects recent headwinds to persist into the next fiscal year. It is difficult to discern how these potential changes may impact the company's financial prospects over the next few years as we await more details. Walgreens is doing the right things, but it will take time for its strategy to unfold. And in the meantime, the company faces a tentative and changing consumer. Primary care. Like rival CVS Health Corp., Walgreens has been moving away from its retail roots and pushing deeper into potentially more lucrative areas like primary care. The efforts have hit profits, though, putting pressure on executives to execute a turnaround. The shares lost half their value during the short tenure of Chief Executive Roz Brewer. Under the current CEO, who was appointed in 2023, the company has launched a review of business aimed at increasing cash flow and growing more in healthcare. Late last year, the drugstore announced a $1 billion cost-cutting program, in part closing unprofitable locations. On Thursday, the management said they're on track to meet that goal. The U.S. healthcare unit, which includes VillageMD, grew more than its traditional retail pharmacy division. The healthcare segment posted revenue of $2.1 billion, an increase of 7.6% compared to the year-ago quarter. Walgreens has invested $5.2 billion in VillageMD, allowing it to open hundreds of doctors' offices in its drugstores. But the division hasn't performed well as expected. It has since announced plans to close 160 of those clinics. Last quarter announced $5.8 billion write-down related to the business. Not good, is it? Not good at all for... Are we going to do this again into the close today? Not good for... Are they going to murder 548s and 47s? I got 48 and 47s here. Not good for Walgreens. CVS, a little bit different performance there. They are doing the telehealth medicine shit like crazy right now, whereas Walgreens has fallen behind. I wouldn't be shocked to see them absorbed or even go bankrupt. I don't even know if they're eligible for an M&A at this point. I don't know if they could compete. I don't know if they could compete with all the other telehealth shit going on. Amazon's doing it. Walmart's doing it. Maybe they just get bought out, I guess, by from one of those companies. What are your thoughts on Walgreens? Do you think it goes bankrupt, M&A, merger and acquisition for the name, or to shut it down? Do you think they survive? Do any of you think that they survive? I don't think that they do. But likely get purchased? Yeah. That means they go to the shadow realm if they get purchased. Well, I'm going to take them off the list to even watch for a bounce. You like their makeup aisle? Yeah. It looks like consolidation is the name of the game in this business, in the pharmacy business. Yeah, Vulture capitalized. Yeah. Bye-bye, Walgreens. Bye-bye, Walgreens. Yeah, that's a good question, right? When do they get replaced? The other question, though, brings up other questions about...
The IMF says U.S. corporate...
Who can they consolidate with, right? They probably wouldn't allow CVS and them to consolidate.
2025.
Former Walgreens pharmacist here. Their three biggest problems are, number one, they refuse to accept the fact that the current meta in pharmacy is to own your own PBM. That's an insurance company. I feel for this because it's honestly unethical and should be illegal. But you can't just refuse to do it if everyone else is just because you think it's wrong. Allowing CVS to merge with Caremark was the beginning of the end in community pharmacy. Hold on here. Walgreens needs to merge with ESI, MedImpact, or Prime. Keep an eye out on these companies here.
Risk with financial.
I don't know if any of them are publicly traded or not.
$9 a year for our real-time service.
Check these companies out on your own. If you want to do some due diligence in the background, check out ESI, Meta, or MedImpact, MEDIMPACT, or Prime. Looks like they're PBMs, PBM insurance companies. Reimbursement from insurers is woefully inadequate to operate a pharmacy. Plus, PBMs operate discount cards like GoodRx has only exacerbated the problem. They're proprietary.
The IMF says the US should at least hold rates until late 2024.
Their proprietary pharmacy software, Intercom Plus, was released in 1996. It has been updated and patched periodically, but on the whole, it is absolute garbage. I lost 30 to 60 minutes per day, per shift a day to using workarounds, crashes, bugs, and the like. When I worked for WAG, they always said, new software is coming. It's in the final test stages. It will be out in April, but then would magically get shelved. Their corporate office is so incredibly useless and detached from reality, fattened by stock dividends and only concerned with what is going on in the short term, not long. One of the reasons many quality seasoned pharmacists left is they started offering signing bonuses for new hires with 1 to 2 years commitments when stores were closing randomly because so many pharmacists just said, fuck it, I'm out during the COVID shot apocalypse. So if you worked there for 10 plus years and your new hire pharmacist got $50K up front for 2 years and their hourly rate was less than 50 cents than yours and you got nothing for staying loyal through all of the hell that was the pandemic, you'd be pissed and leave, right? On top of that, Roz Brewer fucked the company by getting hired and a $200 million payout only to expand your already failing clinic segment and pissing away billions on failing clinic business, then promptly dip out after 2 years. Much like the pharmacists they gave bonuses to will have their commitment end and they'll just go on to somewhere else. Because why would they stay? If Walgreens were human, it wouldn't be inherently evil, like how many of us in the profession view CVS. Rather, it would be like a gluttonous human that just keeps eating without any regard for its eating, and now it's so overweight and bloated it can no longer walk. The only way I see them surviving is merging with PBM, unless the government grows a pair and makes all PBMs divest their pharmacies. That's from an insider from Walgreens on Reddit today. Yeah, babe, we got the 7-layer spy burrito.
IMF score gave us.
We got the 7-layer dip going.
US inflation is slightly more optimistic.
4 layers of cheese and 3 layers of avocado on the bottom. 4 layers of cheese on top and 3 layers of avocado, baby. We ain't going nowhere. Parking the fat pig. So, I mean, on this Walgreens stuff, it sounds like they're going to fucking dismantle this shit. Smells like GE to me. I would be looking into some of these PBMs, though. I don't know if one of these guys says, or this guy says, keep an eye out on what company. Let's see if they're publicly traded. I don't know if they are. Let's see them surviving if they. It doesn't say which one.
Spending from COVID.
I thought he gave an exact name here.
And easing inflation pressure.
Maybe just look up PBMs that are publicly traded. Publicly traded PBMs. 66 PBMs, the three largest being Express Scripts, CVS Caremark, and Optum RX. I thought, which is a pharmacy service segment of United Health Group. I guess that's a nice way to, or at least an easy way to start researching. Yeah, it says United CVS Optum RX, the pharmacy service segment of United Health Group Insurance. Top PBMs by 2022 market share. I've looked all that shit up. Try to find out who would be the potential candidate for Walgreens to merge with. God, this is terrible. Another fucking wasted day in the goddamn stock market of sideways. Fuck you, Market Gamma. Gah. Gah. Please come off the Market Gamma. I'm afraid to ask my wife if she knows anything about this stuff. What's the word, honey? What do you hear? Yeah, you'd probably want something publicly traded, right? Probably want a publicly traded company. Something big. Oh, fuck it, dude. Seriously. Cigna? Yeah, you think Cigna be it? It makes me think they're going to turn into a fucking meme now. Fucking Walgreens will become a meme stock for sure, right? Trading 545.52, Gail. How y'all doing out there? Happy fucking Thursday. Yeah, BBY of healthcare, baby. BBBY of healthcare stock. Sorry, I said BBY. Yeah, same shit. A proud owner of Walgreens. Is it in this pink sheets yet? Yeah, we need a Walgreens cult now. Has anybody started up the Wall Street or Walgreens bets subreddit yet? Yeah, that's right. Start buying, selling calls to degens. Walgreens. That's all I got on them. Jesus Christ. I'm looking at some of the demand right now. It's plunging. Pending home sales, man. Fucking A. Almost an all-time low. Fuck. COVID lows. Pending home sales index. Seasonally adjusted annual rate. Jesus Christ. Pandemic lows. We're just above pandemic lows. The plunge in demand is occurring even as supply in May jumped to 3 5.7 months, the highest since June of 2020. And as inventory sales jumped 18.5% year over year to 1.8 million homes, according to NAR last week. Ugh. Supply is growing, and so I don't know if you can understand me. Supply is growing, and demand is reaching pandemic lows. This is gonna fucking destroy home prices. This is gonna destroy home pricing. There's gonna be a hurt put on these fucking speculators. I'm looking at it right now on let me show you this. This is pending home sales index right here. You guys see all this? Pending home sales index, pandemic lows, 2020. This is supply, housing supply cranking right now. As all this stuff cranks up, when you got demand falling through the roof, this is like the used car business. Very similar. Yeah, it's gonna murder prices. Expect next season, expect next spring's houses to come down in value. You can definitely expect lower prices next year. Not definitely, but it's on that track. How's CVS doing? I got these fuckers coming down too to $40. They almost tagged the lower end. I'm trading 58.07 right now. I've got alerts set down here. And they're doing a hell of a lot better though than Walgreens. I want to own CVS. Still hasn't hit my target yet. Close. Got close down here. $16. $16 I have is the worst case scenario. They're in way, way, way better shape. Way better shape than Walgreens. Up. I am long calls into the close. Long calls into the close. I'm long calls. I'm going to trade this today and tomorrow. If we trade 545 into the fucking bell on tomorrow and we fucking pissed, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be stinky. My diaper will be full on Friday into the close. Yeah, I do. I think we squeeze up. I do. I think we squeeze up. I do personally, yes. I was hoping for a low, though. I was hoping for like 540, 537. Run that fucker up. I am in a bullish bias. I'm in a bullish bias upside move. Even with pullbacks, still bulled up. I'm super bold. We trade 555, 565, go off after 2, 555, and then 560, 570. I don't care if we do it all in 1 day, 2 days, or whatever. I'm bulled the fuck up. I'll take any dip you give me. I'm pretty bulled up. Pretty bulled up. Well, that's what I got. That's what I got on Walgreens for any of you out there. Walgreens price target $1.62. I said $10, but I'm going with $1.62. Probably an M&A at some point. I don't think they're gonna make it. I think they're probably gonna either. Someone said it in this chat earlier. Same shit they did with GE. They either get taken over and dismantled. Some shark will come in and tell you they're gonna make them profitable or some shit like that. Meanwhile, they're gonna dismantle the profits, pocket them and the company, or you'll see an M&A with some sort of an insurance thing like CVS. But I don't even know if that leads to profitability for them. You'll probably see even more condensing of pharmacy services and insurance companies and providing medical services. This whole industry. So I don't know if they survive. $3:31, 29 minutes left. See if they do it into the closing bell today. Tonight we have some volatility. We have volatility tonight with the presidential debate. It's kind of a bizarro debate. It's not something. This is more of like a fucking carnival. I don't think anybody is out there changing their. I don't think anyone is out there changing their expectation. Changing their expectation of who they're voting for. If there is anyone deciding who they're going to vote for, I'm assuming that it's going to be there's two groups of people. People that actually vote, that care about taxation. Be listening for that tonight. The next thing that I want to talk to you about is viability of their candidate, like their age. Can they handle the next 4 years? I think that's going to be another one that's out there. Whoop, hold on. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? Now, we also have PCE tomorrow.
IMF's managing director Gorgieva says.
So I want to warn you of something.
One Fed rate cut this year and further cuts next year.
I'm bulled up on this close and tomorrow's close, but I got to warn you of something if you're a bull out there, okay? I want to warn you of something. There is a ton
You want to stay up to date
of
with the
fucking
latest
gamma
on the
coming off the
leading
market
reviews
tomorrow.
for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today. And
We could easily wake up tomorrow morning
years worth
and
of
be blooded.
price of 1 month and save 92%.
Give me a second here. Triggers. I would not be shocked. So if you're like, oh, Captain missed the call, something like that, right? I would not be shocked with this gamma coming off the market tomorrow for us to wait. And we have PCE in the morning. So you have two volatile events. The vol curve is coming up right now, raising as we come into this close right here. I can't call it for you. I'm not going to call it for you. I think it's just as good to put a straddle on this to an up and downside move into tomorrow. We could easily tomorrow wake up with a downside move straight down here like nobody's business in tomorrow. So if you are long the market, it would do you well to hedge this event this evening and into tomorrow, into this closing bell with some cheap puts. So if you're like long the market and you need some protection, I'm going to recommend it into this close due to these two events this evening and tomorrow morning. This market can easily trade 537 by open tomorrow. In that same vein, into tomorrow, with all that, with the two events, with the gamma that's coming off the market tomorrow, there's a window of weakness tomorrow. But we could also go up as well. So it wouldn't shock me for us to trade blast to the moon tomorrow as well. It wouldn't even blink if that happened tomorrow. So I want you to be aware out there that into this close tomorrow for the last day of the quarter, to be very cautious into what can take place as this gamma comes off the market. And you have two volatile events tonight and tomorrow morning. If they don't go your way and the gamma's coming off the market, this market can slam down on top of you all day long. I don't know if I'd be selling any kind of calls. I wouldn't be selling options in here because of the violence that could take place tomorrow to the up or downside. So be very careful. Does that make any sense to you? Please tell me if it doesn't or does. I would not be shocked to see a trade up to at least 550 or above, or down to 537 on the downside. Pretty explosive move into tomorrow. I don't think that this price hangs on here into tomorrow. You guys got it? Find it hard to believe we're going to be trading 545 tomorrow. Yeah, I can give you a real basic one. Hold on, I'll show it to you right now. Hang tight. Right here. See that gamma bar? That fucker right there. And this one right here. A whole ton of this gamma expires on end of the month, freeing up the market to move up and down. See that bar right there? Pretty simple, right? That bar right there, this bar right here, and we're stuck in the middle of these two bars. So you have that gamma wear off, go down there, up here. Fairly easy to see. That's SPX net gamma. The impact of those options on the market goes away. The pinning action on the market goes away as the option expires. Its impact on the market goes away. So, and we don't have any new flow coming in likely until after the 4th. So the market will be free to move as it wants. You get somebody that comes in here with a hit and run plan up or down, and we can easily move this market. Move it like a motherfucker with zero dates. Easy. Real money buying, selling, bunch of zero dates. Market can fly. Market can move. So just be aware of that. And tomorrow, you shouldn't be having your life savings on a trade for tomorrow, up or down. It's just a warning to you out there. We've already hit 55. We've already hit 5,500 once. So the only negativity that I see here, we already tagged it once, so there's no real necessity to tag it again. I'm bullish here. I took the bull trade, so I'm bulled up, but I'm letting you know so that you understand the risks for tomorrow for a major downside move. And you're like, well, why are we slamming so far down? Because of the gamma. Because of the gamma coming off the market tomorrow. No. Well, that's total SPX gamma, net gamma. I'll say it I'll say it again. I said it this morning to you. I'm going to say it to you again. Ready? Make it nice and short and sweet. GS put it out nicely. We head into an illiquid period where a lack of volume will exasperate moves in either direction. I'll read it to you again. Ready? It's from 9 o'clock this morning. If you're here in the stream this morning, I think I posted it inside the Discord. We are heading into an illiquid period now where a lack of volumes will exasperate moves in either direction. There's more to it than that, but they said it's nice. They're being nice in how they put it out there to you. So wild-ass swings. If you're going to take a trade on a wild-ass swing, you're either doing some kind of a straddle. You're going to be doing some kind of a trade the edges, right? If we swing high, you sell it. If we swing major low, you buy it. God, I got some allergy shit going on. It's all over me. Keep sneezing. It's like all over my face and my eyes. I don't know what just hit me. You guys want to see the debate? You want me to stream it? I'll fucking stream it. You guys want to stream it? I'll stream it. I'll stream it in the Discord. We'll make a channel. We'll go in there. We'll do a voice channel. We'll stream it. I don't mind doing it. I have a very thick skin. I'm going to say this to you. How about this? I'm going to put some ground rules down. I will stream it under a couple rules. That you don't fucking go after each other. We're adults. I don't want you guys. You guys wouldn't hate each other in real life. You guys are members of a community. I don't mind you disagreeing. I don't mind you discussing. But if it devolves into, I don't know, fuck Democrats and fuck Republicans and fuck MAGA and fuck liberals and fuck Antifa and fuck whatever, fuck Nazis, I don't know, all of it. If it just devolves, I will shut down the conversation and the stream and not even blink. If you guys want to banter and have fun, joke with each other, that kind of shit, you have no other place to do that. You can't do it on Reddit. You can't do it on Twitter. Can't do it anywhere else. Don't you guys want a place where you can not fucking want to murder each other? Or do you guys all want to turn everything into not discussing? So if you can do that, I'll stream it. I know, war. It's not the place, right? There's so many places. There's so many places out there for shit posting, for throttling people, for making people angry, for getting your message across. If you guys want to watch it, I'm down, but I have a thick skin. I just can't have it devolve. If it devolves, I shut it down. Just say no. Yeah, you know what? I might have to just say no, Mr. Talking Monkey. I don't want to ruin the community. It's a hard thing for people to do these days. It's not easy for you guys. They've turned all of you against each other. In real life, they have. You guys, you have families falling apart, friendships falling apart. It's sad to see. It really is. You can't have a fucking conversation with people anymore. Yeah, that's Spoozinitis, exactly. That's hard. I realize that. I get it. It's hard. I get it. Man, that VIX 9-day is coming down to a low right now, too. It's almost like they want to blood the fuck out of the market on the overnight. Be really careful, man. Like VIX 9-day is trading on a low right now. TNX getting a little bulled up here. That fucking PCE is worrying me now. This VIX 9-day is getting me spooked for tomorrow. This VIX 9-day, if they like squeeze it up into the bell today and then blood us into the morning. You see this right here? Watch this with me, guys. See that VIX 9-day right there? Like they blood this VIX down into the bell and then boom, they sell this fucker into tomorrow. Yeah, I'm watching the close right now for it. I'm wondering if they squeeze this bell. Like if they squeeze this bell, murder the VIX, and then tomorrow we drop like fucking way the fuck down here. And then whipsaw us back up tomorrow. The VIX is troubling. The VIX is troubling me tomorrow. Hey, what's going on, short seller? How are you? Close there. Where's 9 a.m.? Nine a.m. That VIX 9-day, man, is super sketchy. Get one up there tomorrow. Oh, am I still scaring the kids? Yeah, still scaring them. Scaring them for a downside move tomorrow. Well, for Gamma coming off and for wild ass swings. We were talking about doing a debate watch party tonight, but I don't think we can keep it civil. I don't know that we have the ability to keep it civil. I wish we could. There's no real place for any. There's like no civility. There's no civility anywhere anymore. Yeah, I know. I know. That's what Miss Talking Monkey was like. We can't even do it. We can't even like risk it. It's all like it's like everything these days short seller is like everything is like it's either like you're either in your own little fiefdom of safety, right? You're in your own little like, yeah, I like that. Keep feeding it to me. Keep eating it. That's like everybody, right? No matter what their beliefs are, it's like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, warm me up. Hit me with some of that porridge. And then they've got the other communities where you go into and you shit post to piss people off. You go like Twitter and be like, yeah, fuck you. This is my place to shit post and burn down the place. Yeah, you know, I'll do Nike on tomorrow's broadcast if you want. No, dude, this whole week sucked. I didn't want to fucking stream this week. I didn't want to fucking stream. It's sideways. Fucking sideways, dude. Fucking goddamn fucking pin in the market. NKE, I'll do that tomorrow for you. We're coming to the end of the day today. So 350, 10 minutes left.
On close imbalance. S&P 500, 400.
I said it earlier. I'm going to say it to you again. We are heading into an illiquid period in the market. And turn this off really quick. You don't need to hear that. I'm going to say it to you as we close out the last 10 minutes. We're entering into an illiquid period in the market, right, where we lack the volumes that will exasperate moves in either direction, up and down. You also have gamma, major gamma pin coming off the market into tomorrow's close that will also exasperate those moves. You have no monthly flows likely coming in until after the holiday, the 4th. So this market can get buck wild. In the next, from now, tomorrow into at least the 5th, I would think. Exacerbate. Did I say that wrong? Exacerbate. Masturbate the market. Okay, so masturbate the market. Any trading that you do in the next how many sessions here? Let me read this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next 4 sessions. Your strategies should involve trading the edges. We talk about that in briefs, right? If you don't pick the right direction with the right strategy, right? You could get hurt. Be like, oh shit, I thought I was going up, but it went down. Oh shit, I thought I was going down and it went up. Right? So if that's the case, and you're long this market, you should be well hedged. Cheap, well hedged into this close. If not, I would say to you, hold on to your panties for a week or two. The next thing, too, would be if you don't feel confident, to wait until those exasperated moves happen. If we squeeze higher, you can come in and attempt to sell those. If we squeeze lower, you can try to buy those lows. Just note that the market's going to start moving as we come into tomorrow, into next week. Exaggerate. Rim jobs. There'll be no more finger trapping around these parts. There'll be no more edging the market. No stream tonight. I'm going with Mr. Talking Monkey on this one. I trust him. That's why he's a moderator. No stream tonight. I can't trust you guys to not get crazy. I'm also going to leave you one more warning. Don't get crazy in the chat either. In the Discord, don't go in if you go in the Discord and fucking get crazy, insta-ban. Literally, insta-ban. Keep it civil. Keep it civil. IWM blasting off, trying to trade 204. Yeah, we can't. I wish we could. I want to be able to because I think it's good to have constructive conversation. I really do. It does open up the lines of communication. Where our politics are in this country and how they relate to the market in particular, it's important for us to be able to discuss that here in the show, how the politics of our country impact our stock market. Because there is an impact on our stock market and what happens in our country. We already know that. We've discussed it ad nauseum about tariffs. And I want you to pay attention to that tonight. Pay attention to tax plans and tariffs and how it impacts the market. Also, remember the discussion we had yesterday about battery tech mining, and then oil and gas, and how that's going to relate to the stock market as well. Bleeding right now on the S&P 500, 545.30, not even squeezing into the close here. Looking to sell this bad boy down into tomorrow. Woo! Blood, baby. Yeah, we can't do it right now. We can't have the conversation. I wish we could. Everyone gets heated. Everyone gets emotional. I wish we could. I wish we could have that conversation with, oh, dude, come back again. Fuck yeah, look at that. Wild ass moves. Trading 545.80 right now. We had a load at the hourly trigger again. Destroying the options chain right now. 545.85. A low just then of 545.19 in the marketplace. Wild ass moves into tomorrow. Wild ass moves into the 4th. And likely the 5th that Friday. Oh yeah, it's gonna get buck wild. It's gonna get cray cray for the youngins. For real, for real. No cap. Am I saying that right? Am I speaking the jive? As they used to say when I was young. Back when I was in the Nam. QQ. Super sus, right? Bussin', baby. Yeah, bussin'. I know that one too. Gang, 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 baby. Not just gang, gang. Gang, gang, gang. So terrible. Like, half the audience didn't understand any of that. How do you do, my fellow kids? The other half found it suspect. Sorry. I do that shit to my kids. They hate me. Fuck you, dealers, by the way. If there's two groups of people that can go fuck themselves this week, it's dealers selling strength and fuck you, Theta Gang. Fucking call and put selling motherfuckers. Oh, God, what a fucking eye bleeder. Oh, this is so terrible to even watch. Big old bus. Gonna park the quarterly bus right now. Backwards. No, I'm busy parking the bus. I can't twerk. Got all these options closing out. Trading 545.88 right now. Ghost ride the quarterly bus. Kick the fucking front windows up. Put the fucking feet up. Fucking 2 fingers on the fucking steering wheel. Suicide fucking wheel. Motherfuckers talking about a market crash for parking the bus. Trading 545.96 right now. 546. You fuckers have my options at 0. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. 546.40. If you wanted to get some puts to hedge yourself, now is the time to do it after the bell. Wait until 414. 414. 414 if you want to hedge tomorrow. Keep on running, baby. Keep on running. Come on up there, a little bit more. You got a little bit more to go. A little bit more to go. You're not done, spoos. Fuck you, seriously. Get up there. Oh, God. What a fucking nightmare. It's probably not done going up. Be careful. You want to wait till like 414, I think. I don't think you get the murder bot just yet. Maybe you might, but I don't think so. I think they're going to ram it up here. Keep on going. Don't stop now. I want to buy some puts at 415 if I can. 414, buy some puts for the morning. Some zeros for tomorrow morning. Watch this closely. They fucking wait. They've been waiting to the last fucking minute every fucking day. God. They did this shit yesterday, too. They sold it yesterday at the bell, but this one I think goes. I think this one goes up. I think we blast off here. Oh, I got money on calls right now. I got money on calls. They're paying me. So I got 2 cents right now. Squeeze up there. Keep on squeezing. Keep on going. Keep on motherfucking going. I fucking hate dealers, dude. There's going to be some real hanky-panky going on until like 6 p.m. Scumbags. I got to mark this right now. Right there. See if they keep pumping this shit up into right up there. What up, AJ? How you doing, brother? Yeah, I think we have a down day tomorrow, or I think they're gonna blood it in the overnight down low and then rip it back up again. I think that's possible, AJ, but I think you're gonna be waiting until like 414 to catch the trade, or at least for cash market. Probably a better trade for a futures market, not cash market. Yeah, we got PCE tomorrow. We got debate tonight. And a month. And they're trying to tell us that they're going to trade 545 into the close on Friday. No fucking way they are. No fucking way. If we close tomorrow at 4 p.m. at 545, I'm going to be fucking pissed. I'm going to be angry. Where's SPX on the chart over here? All this fucking buying down here. You're telling me we're not fucking pinning that shit up there? You're fucking out of your fucking skull. All that buying down here. Telling me we're not going up there. You're out of your fucking skull. We're moving there right now. One penny right now. Oh, come on. I'm thinking about getting some puts at 414. Depends on where price is. If we can get price up here, I'm going to buy some. I'm just waiting. Just waiting right now. Waiting to see what happens next 15 minutes. 406. We got 9 minutes left. Yeah, they're only 8 cents right now. The 540p for tomorrow, they're dirt cheap. 541 would be nice. I think those are 13 right now. Yeah, I'll buy 100 of them. I'm going to buy 100 pack of them at the close if I can. 541s, 542s. Or not 42s. 41s or the 40s. Come on, do a sneaky Pete. Give me a sneaky Pete right up there. IWM crushing it right now, smashing into the close. Come on, Spoos. Keep on climbing, baby. If I get fucking paid into this bell on my 0 dates for today, I'm going to be stoked. Pay me something. No offer on 48s. Got 2 cents on offer on the 43s. Just ram this fucker home. $4.08. 12 minutes left. Oh, yeah, baby. 3 and 4 cents right now. Keep on climbing. Keep on climbing. Keep on squeezing to the upside. Keep on squeezing. That might be it. That might be top right there. Those fucking they're holding their value. Those puts for tomorrow. They're at 8 and 9. Bids on 9. $5.40. I want 8 or 7. Nine minutes left. Whew. That would be nasty, wouldn't it? That would be some nasty ass shit down there. Could do a straddle too. Look for cheap calls. Yeah, no shit, right? 1% move down. We crashed, baby. 1%. Woo! Regardless, this is all, well, I don't know if this is all coming back, but you'd expect at least all this to come back. 545. Expect all that shit to come back by open. Yeah, then straight fucking V. I was hoping we would have gotten that today. I was like, in my brief last night, I'm like, what do I want to say? Like, I wrote a brief last night, and in the inside of the brief in quotes, I go, I'm hoping for 537 on Thursday. I don't know if it's going to break up or not, if the gamma's going to loosen up enough or not. I'm like, what do I do here? I'm like, I don't know what to say to you guys. Sideways. Can I get a down move? I'm begging and hoping for a down move. Can we get a breakout? Can I get a breakout I can sell? Can I get a down move I can buy? Can anybody get us out of here? Anybody get out of this fucking pin that we have? Yeah, it's almost Friday again, exactly. This whole week has been like, I can already see it. I'm hoping. I hope we have a nice little bloodbath into the open tomorrow. Give me a bloodbath. Straight down to the depths of hell, please. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. 9:30 in the morning. Let me know in the chat as we leave so people can read it. Do you think down tomorrow or up tomorrow? I think down, V-shaped. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. John Dick, it's good to